So, say hi, YouTube chat. And thanks for playing along with this whole thing. It's kind of fun doing the hi YouTube by YouTube thing. And it stops me from having to unmute things. VOD starts here, says Tropic Communist. This is not wrong. It's not wrong. So, where the is Hammercats? Find out. I'm assuming it's one of these. Ah. The elven helix of Hammercats. That we did take over very briefly while I was building this fortress. Let's just raid it. So raid means they will try to avoid detection. And the only thing I'm going to let them do is release prisoners, steal livestock, and free captives. That's the only thing that I'm going to ask them to do. Wish us luck. And aside from that, let's go up to the surface and we'll do a little quick fort tour. I think something we need to work on today is prettying up the entrance because this shit's unfinished as hell. I want this to be more of a thing that I can actually use. Same with this. I also want to get some traps set up in here and such. I don't really want to do a super cheesy defense system in this one. But I do want the innards of the fort to be a little bit more detailed. As for the fort itself, this is kind of our main entry layer. We got bedrooms. We're working on more bedrooms. We got to get those bedrooms done. I'm going to do more bedrooms in the middles here. This is kind of our food industry right here, our clothing industry right here. We got a little bit of a stoneworker industry right here. We got our mayor's office and space for him. This is the manager's office. It's a little noisy. I think should we give him a table? I think we'll give oh, I don't even have a table. I would have given you a table. It's not my fault. Anyway, this is the mayor's office. It's a little noisy. It doesn't get so noisy in the winter when the power stops, but you know. And then down here, we have our more bedrooms and more bedrooms, as well as 2 temples. B-Lug, thank you very much for the Prime for 42 months. And then over here, over here we have our temple that has the mist generator that only operates in months of the year that aren't winter. And down here we have our Doctor's Guild, which currently has a dead thing in it. Oh, right, yeah, someone was killed while brawling under the influence. Awkward. Anyway, so we should probably okay, so the corpse is sitting on this statue, meaning I think they can't get to it. I'm going to deconstruct this statue and see if they can remove the corpse. Awkward. Let's look at the dwarves that are alive in this fortress currently. Also, chat room, just for full heads up, today's stream is going to be shorter than the normal streams. The weekday streams, I try and go for 10 to 12 hours. Today's probably going to be like 6 or 7. I'm going to be taking today easy for me. Somehow died while surrounded by doctors. Well, I mean, if it was like somebody kicked his face in, then, you know. So the dwarves currently alive in the fortress are Ishmael, Alex for Alex, Big Spurn, Bitter Jelly, Claiborne, Coach Dwarf, Diamond Destruct, Fake Donut, Flame Stuff, Jim Beanino, McJerby, McCommy, Medieval Assault Badger. I like that name. Net Jam Jr., Re-Up Rays. The U looks like a V in this. Or no, it's Rev Up Rays. That's why. Salty Tempest, Talon Artho, Trans Fem, and Triphosphate Music, Wampin Stompin', and Wanderkin. And Snail gets a dwarf now. Because Snail was just sitting there going, brrr! You want the happiest available dwarf. A doctor named Id. Id, kind of looks like Gandalf. And I'm only doing 7 hours. I said 6 or 7. It could be 6. Might be a short stream. No, I'll be honest, chat. I'm tired as fuck. I'm exhausted. 63 years old, disdains independence. Things about Blind. I'm gonna make sure that he's right in front of me. I'll tell it to his face. Blind, you smell. Oh, thank you, Animal. So Id Bridgegedge is listening to music and personally is delighted after being near a waterfall. Probably why he's so happy. He's bored. Wants to practice a martial art. Is a doctor by trade. Do you want me to put you into the military? Bellinaire, what up? What do I need for the fort review? To review a fort, I need a save file with the fort active in it. So if you just figure out what region it is, copy it, rename it, and send me the region file before you retire it. So you give me credit for the amount of work you do, your brain will not let you? God, I wish my brain would let me take a break. Anyway, you were very interested after remembering you really want to wander, which means you want a library. I should probably make a library for this fortress, because I could probably make a pretty cool one. He is sometimes cruel, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He isn't particularly ambitious and has an active imagination, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He has a sense of duty and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and there's vomit on the ground. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Why is there blood on the ground? Oh, it's Reacher blood. That's fine. And Melville's dead, so I don't mind that their blood's on the ground because we know that they're already dead. Where did the dwarf go? There's too many dwarves in this room. Also, I like that you're no longer the happiest dwarf, but, you know. He personally finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, values peace over war, and after seeing a goblin's dead body, and he doesn't particularly respect commerce, and the game is saving. Do you love the sprites? The dwarven sprites are pretty good, aren't they? Do libraries need book, or they just need bookshelves? You don't need any books. If you don't have any books in a library, they will just go there and ponder and try and write books. If you supply them with writing materials, they will start writing books. Oh. So... he was a traitor. He was a fucking traitor. So the new king, in Hammercats that we read about in Legends, must have joined the elves permanently. I mean, he was apprenticed to them, and he did live with them for a very, very, very long time, and did move there. We assumed, because he attacked them, that, you know, he would have been living there. And so, no, I think we just did, Tropic. I think we just did. So, chat, someone go back 5 minutes in the VOD and please tell me the name of the king, because I think it was Asteth, but I need to know their last name. We might have just killed the... I think we just killed the king, chat. Anyway, so after a polite discussion with local rivals, RevUp Raves has claimed the position of king of the Constructive Orb. Regardless, Snail here, like Saltpeter, Electrum, Rhodolite, Panda Leather, and Sailfin Molly Bone, and the color light blue, suns and bins and pigs for their snorts, and the sound of the fuchsia silkiness, and when possible, prefers to consume giant mantis, giant tapir cheese, leeks, and durian wine, and alpaca's milk, and absolutely hates lies. France speedrun? Not really. Do we have a report yet? Mission report. Okay, so we attacked Thundercats In the late autumn of 234, the constructive orb attacked the lauded veneration at the Flute of Trade at Thundercats. At Hammercats. I'm just going to keep saying Thundercats, chat. You've polluted my brain. The dwarf Rovod Wirelife, the cold distraction of affection, that's a name, led the attack. And the defenders were led by an elf named Mava. And the dwarf Rovod outmatched the elf. I think I might need to give that dwarf their nickname again. Anyway, the dwarf Rovod outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Cool. The dwarf Stodier, one of mine, was struck down by the dwarf... Huh? That should be blue, though. My dwarf was attacked and struck down. Okay. Just watch this play out and then we'll go through it. I thought that we had super outmatched them, but I guess not. Why would it be purple? Unless, like, they've changed the coloration. I was always under the impression that purple was like, your dwarf died. I guess they've changed the coloration then. Because I'll be honest, I haven't done that many of these where I've failed. So purple used to always be, your dwarf died. But it looks like they've changed the coloration that's now not a bad thing. That I guess purple's good now. Because my dwarf struck down Stodier. Also, can I just say bronze? Chat, okay. Can we never use the term smooth brain again and use the term bronze brain? Can we just do that? Because that is really fucking funny. That last name. Lordam Bronze Brain! Bronze Brain? What, just like Big Brain Dwarf? Friggin' bronze brain, exactly. So you know how, like, you can, like, bronze shoes? Like, they'll bronze kids' shoes and give you, like, a plaque with, like, your kids' shoes on it. Or you can get things bronzed. That's what I'm imagining here. Is just, like, a dwarf brain that's been bronzed. A brass ass. Exactly. You know, I might actually screenshot this and just send this to Tekid because he's been looking for dwarven... he's been looking for dwarven curse words. Done. Oh, you want me to read the word story now? Okay, okay. Chat, I gotta do a thing. Tis the law. Snug snake snacks are a nice treat. One could say a mice treat. Ha! Orphidian celophodes undulate rhythmically towards their bumblebee as shown by farts. Holy orb and mistletoe began to rave about far-fetched giants while combat began. The gastric distress called so the budding building erupted rapidly while several dragons blew fire. The spiders are fast and can shoot webs. Beware the pony Arthur King rode upon. Oh, Arthur King rode upon. Who are you? God? Why did the enormous Stegosaurus skull fall on truck. Because the bad dogs bit. The fruits were laughing at monkeys, hosed yellow king of the bile lacks hands. Therefore, hamburgers will rise with their hands raised upwards. Many dwarf died happily in bed with Sasquatch and mayonnaise explosion. Ettins eat. I don't know what any of that meant. So, the dwarf Maffal, cloister soldiers, was struck down by the dwarf Lorbam, Bronzebrain, and Hammercats. Several different back and forths. Let's continue this. So maybe red is the bad text now, because it used to be like blue was good, purple was bad, red was really bad, and then there was I can't remember. I think it was turquoise was the good one, but I think they've just like scrambled the colors a little bit. Yeah, that was the bad one right there. Oh, look at this. Dwarf Astet's scrape paddle's right upper arm was smashed. The dwarf Astet's scrape paddle was struck down by the dwarf Thob. That's it. We killed the king. It was part of your civilization, which is what caused it. Purple equal bad. Ew. I hope we didn't just start a civil war. No, doesn't look like it. So we're a bunch of king murderers. Looks like. Anyway, oops, I closed it, so we have to watch it all again. Time to get his throne. I do have an artifact throne. Yeah, no kidding. I think we need to nickname Thob Kingslayer. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Claiborne, I'm glad we were thinking the same thing. And this is why Legends is cool, chat. We would have never known any of this unless we did this. But this king was a traitor, as far as I'm concerned. You know, he was living somewhere alive, not imprisoned, trying to extend his life with elves. Name the king usurper? I don't know about that. So yeah, if we look at this, in the late autumn, the dwarf Astet's right upper arm was smashed by the dwarf Thob Tooldrum. Then his right back tooth was smashed off by Thob. So broke his arm, smashed him in the face, and killed the king. What are we shuddering for, Kleno? How's things, dude? What'd you think of your favorite show, which got updated this morning? Retrieve his arm, put it on a pedestal. That would be literally impossible. That's lost to the time. This is quite the fight. Regicider? Potentially, yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's a lot of elves. Oh. We struck down another traitor dwarf right there. Did McCommy survive? None of my dwarves have died yet. Which is why I was so confused initially. Oh, there you go. I understand. Extend his life with elves. Yes. You missed a big old Legends read through, I think. At least I don't think I've lost any. I'll have to check. Bob, this one. This one did it. got so many doctors in this fort. Let's just confirm. Got so many notable kills from that. Look at these. Dwarves with elven names. This one. That's it. The Cobalt Puzzles of Justices. I'm not going to give him a nickname. I'm going to give him a custom job title. Kingslayer. So now we have a king. Rev up raise. Make him change. You know, you are right, actually. That is a really good idea. I completely agree with that. We should make him champion. So here, let me show you how to look at legends without ruining your fort. Click retire. And then when you click, actually, I can't do it without actually retiring it. When you click this button, it gives you 3 options. The first one is save to the current timeline, which is recommended. The second one is save it in a new timeline. If you save it in a new timeline, it's the gray one, the not recommended one. Then you can name it whatever you want, and then you can load into that timeline in Legends mode. He also killed the Reacher whose blood has been showing up. A couple of Reachers were killed, but... Just looking for the custom job Kingslayer. There you are. Bang. We now have a champion. See if you get any thoughts about this. It's so great when everybody just gets along. Comes home, just murdered a king. First thing they say is, man, it's great when everybody gets along. How's stuff going? We just killed the faction's king. I wonder if this was one of those I am no man situations. Because she seems real happy about this. we just killed our king somewhat intentionally. We were reading Legends and learned that our faction's new king was actually living in a place that had been taken over by elves. And we assumed he was a prisoner, so we sent out my squads to, you know, bring him back or something. Anyway, long story short, now the king's dead. We killed the king. There was somebody who left a comment on one of my VODs as part of the Constructed Orb stuff where they said that it's been kind of frustrating watching a lot of Dwarf Fortress content. And the reason they found it frustrating isn't because other content creators are bad, but because I'm literally the only channel on YouTube that is, aside from Krug Smash, that is really focusing on the fact that you can kind of have these large persistent worlds, because it seems like people just kind of don't realize the capabilities of resettling in the same world and just generate a new world every time and don't even explore that option. Just gotta say, this is the kind of shit that can happen if you just keep playing in the same world. Sad durian noises, pretty much, yeah. Now we need a statue to remember the king. I think we need to make 3 statues. We need to make one for the current king, one for the one before, and one for the one before that, the one that we had in Ironshore. Because this is like very much the, or rather, was it it was the Queen of Ironshore for Zwari. So the Queen of Ironshore, the traitor king, and now Rev Up Raise, regaining the rightful crown. Statue Hallway of Kings. I mean, I think the next like 40 minutes to an hour of this fortress is going to be us building just that. If I had to say. I need to make more coffers and cabinets too. I saw some bedrooms that were missing coffers because I saw some bedrooms that were just full of fucking socks. So let's just pan around for a second here. These ones need their floors smooth. I'm such a monster. Any fix for stuck traitor on the map? Have you tried deconstructing your trade depot? Put it in the dining and put it in their dining hall? Maybe. We could theoretically do something like that. I just before we worry about statues, chat. This right now is the space where our Baron lives. And our Baron is Triphosphate. By the way, we gave Triphosphate the barony because they are the owner of the combat bunny, by the way. Did that work? Yay, you're welcome. I need to make 2 maces for the king. Oops. Did I just well, I had to start somewhere. We've now assigned a Semble Adamantine Ballista arrow. Iron mace, we'll make 2. That's what the mayor wants. But I've got a lot of statues I need to make. First off, we need to figure out where we're going to put the king's quarters. Did you just make the merchant faction hostile? Not necessarily. Did they all just attack you? I mean, it shouldn't have made them hostile. What's about the combat bunny? Okay, so yeah, no, you pissed them off a little bit by deconstructing the trading depot. It does upset them, but unless like they're about to go to war with you anyway, that's not going to start a war. It'll only start a war if you piss them off so much in the past or something that they hate you and want you dead or something. So, how about this? Idea. We make a bridge over to this side and build the king's quarters on this side. Yeah, I think we're gonna build a bridge. The thing is that I'm a little tripped up by right now is I don't know where to put it. Do I put it on the main layer? We're gonna have to reorganize the main layer up here. Anyway, do we put it on this layer or do we put it on this? I think we put it on the main layer and we focus on making this area better. I think that's what we do. Like we need to move these beds anyway. Like these beds need to, these beds need to go. So we're gonna, because this used to be a dormitory and isn't anymore, and I probably should make a new dormitory anyway. So we'll get rid of these beds. We'll get rid of these workshops. The mechanic shop, the stoneworkers, we don't need these here anymore. We can get rid of this still. Thank you very much for the 20 months, dude. Thank you so much. Multi-bridge layers? I don't know about multi. Just a quick shout out for all the YouTube content. No problem. As a returning player, perhaps from 2013, they really helped you get back in the game's changed a lot since 2013. Like a lot. I think some people forget just how much this game changes over time. So the first thing we need to do is make it defendable once this stuff gets knocked down. So I need to check something else. We're up here on the world. Hammercats is literally right next door to us. Looking at my military, we lost nobody. Quite literally, we lost nobody. I think we could send the main squad out again pretty safely, but I kind of want them to be better armed. So down here, we are using minecarts to fill this. We're smelting magnetite ore. And we haven't yet begun making weapons here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually make 2 more spots for forges. And get those all ready to be dug. And I'll... okay, maybe not all the way. Get these ready to be dug, and then fill them up as this area fills. All cats are always legendary climbers, yes. So I'm going to go into this screen here, and I want to check something. Actually, no, not this screen, this screen. Okay, so if I make coal, then we can get pig iron. So I'm going to go to furnaces, and I'm going to go to wood furnace. Down here, I'm going to queue up a couple of wood furnace. Actually, they'll just end up being made out of iron. I'm going to specify material. We're going to make some wood furnaces, and we're going to start making pig iron. We're going to start making steel. If you're talking about deconstructing constructed walls, Papa Lurk, the icon doesn't appear that they're being constructed until you unpause the game. That might be what's tripping you up. Let's make these out of jet. Jet's a fun color. We're also going to put a stockpile down here for wood. That threw me off for a good 25 minutes in pre-release, by the way. How do my work orders look? They're a mess. It's just a lot of single jobs. We're making a lot of clothing right now, and then I have some repeating jobs for processing plants to make cloth and brewing. I also have a repeating job for lavish meals, but I'm just reset. But we're going to be doing automated jobs for a few other things in a little bit here. Okay, so now that this is knocked down, make this out of chalk. Make this out of chalk. We're going to go over to the side here. Make all this out of chalk. Go over to the side here. Make all of this out of chalk. Then what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to go up here and we're going to need to fill it in. There's a lot of dumb things that I had issues with on day one. Don't worry about it. Like, I mean, I've talked about this quite a few times. The first, like, 6 to 10 hours of this game I had were a combination of extreme amounts of frustration and also extraordinary stress because I was trying to make tutorials and also, like, relearn half the game. Is that a little bug? What is that? Why do traction benches have such a weird sprite? Hey, look at that. So odd looking. Guess I'll put some more traction benches in, but huh. It's not a clipping bug. No, it's literally a traction bench. They just look strange when they're just sitting on the ground. Yeah, it'd be nice if there was 2 separate tabs for it, one for automated and one for just standard. That would be neat. I don't think it's necessary, but it would be neat. So this is where we are going to build the king's quarters. Now, the king's going to have, obviously, a multi-level thing. We're going to start off by simply using the multi-level thing to our advantage and putting a roof up here. I don't want things using this as an entrance to my fort. A ghost has risen. Oh, no. How spooky. Okay, we'll have to deal with that. Probably one of those idiots that flew into the river. Frankly. Zas Fertulon. No, those are wrong workshops. One of these. Zas. Do it now. It's getting done. Not Mikami, that's for sure who I'm not going to call. I don't know who I'm actually going to call, though, so I'll get back to you on that. All right, so there, I was correct. I was worried this would be the case. There is a aquifer on this layer, so we're not actually going to be able to build on this layer. But that is okay. And as much as I like the color of the chalk, we're going to have to stop doing things with chalk because I'm going to start to need it for other stuff. And by other stuff, I mean, like, making steel. Oh, I know it was a joke. I know it was a Ghostbusters joke. Sorry if my response to it didn't play off correctly. We're going to make charcoal. And I'm going to set a thing on it that says, when amount of refined coal is less than 25, then make 25 charcoal. So there will just be pretty constant charcoal jobs going on down here. Because I'm going to need the charcoal to make steel. We would need double the charcoal if I was using coal fuel, but because we are using lava, I only need, one to do it. Can't channel under them. They've always been that way. I mean, like, I know that that's kind of strange, but to me, that's just the way Dwarf Fortress works. In regards to bridges being strange. And admittedly, there are some things about Dwarf Fortress that I just kind of accept as Dwarf Fortress because Dwarf Fortress is strange. It does not turn into obsidian if it gets rained on. Lava will turn into obsidian if you dump water on it or pour an ocean onto it or something. My mom's texting me, so if you hear bzz, bzz, it's just my mom. She's probably watching the stream, so chat, say hi, Mom. She usually has it muted, so. But, it's not my mom. Not my mom. That's the right thing to say. Actually. All right, so let's just get this little side thingy sectioned off. And this layer, we're going to start digging out. We're definitely going to have to do some, like, gem windows on this side. For sure. That's absolutely going to have to happen. Like, view of the waterfall from here. No, because the aquifer is on this layer, not on this layer. We're one layer below it, so we'll be fine. But anybody who's asking if I ever make lava water moats, you guys need to realize that you've only seen a very short portion of the number of streams that I've done. There was a fort that I did sometime in the summer, this past summer, which was in a haunted biome, which within a year, I was pumping lava from the magma sea and flooding the surface with lava. Because it was so full of zombies, the game was running kind of slow. So I literally spent an entire stream just watching the game run at a glacial pace because there was like 700 something undead things on the surface, and the lava was just going. But we killed them all and sped back up. It was fine. So, like, I absolutely do lava moats, and I've done lava moats. I've like dumped things on. I've dumped lava on things. You can see a fort that I had that was entirely defended by lava. If you go look in my YouTube shorts, there's one about trolls' blood being blue and them exploding when their corpses heat up. Anyway, that is a fort that was defended entirely with lava. Yes, I absolutely do that sort of stuff. It's just not every single fort, because if I did the same thing every time, that even if it's lava, it gets boring. So, like, you know, change it up. And I just happen to be at war, so we're focusing on practical right now and not so much goofy. You know what I mean? Had copper-based blood? Their blood is blue. Kill a troll sometime. Lava moat in the sky. Okay, that's something I've never done. I've never done a lifted lava moat. I did, however, in Long Death, dig a 200, or not 200, about 150 Z-level tall glass tube, and then I filled that with lava. I don't know if that counts, but I did that. That was pretty cool. Why? Because I was trying to keep that fortress alive for 1,000 years in game, and I was bored. Which is why I did most of the things that I did in that fort, was because I was bored. Same reason I built a massive maze and put 2 minotaurs in it, because I was bored. Which is the reason for a lot of the dumb shit I do in Dwarf Fortress, actually, is I was bored. Lava duct sounds like some sort of weird off-brand duct tape to me. Hold up your rain ducts with lava duct. A duct with ducts with heat. Blah! I am Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's a terrible Arnold Schwarzenegger voice anyway. Lava duct. You just realized you didn't make grates for your lava supply? Oh no! What does that mean? DuckTales. Yeah, there you go. That's even better. I don't know if I made that out of the right material. Longest world history with DF's hack fast dwarf, maybe? Yeah, I didn't. So the whole point with Long Death, if you're wondering, was I wasn't allowed to use any external tools, cheats, and I wasn't allowed to retire the fort. That was the whole point. So, I mean, using fast dwarf would, like, ruin the whole point. Changing the frame rate would ruin the whole point, right? The whole idea of the exercise was that it was a long fort that would last forever, and it did. And we made it to 400-something years. 450-something years? Hole near the bridge? There's no hole in the bridge. What hole are you talking about? Oh, I covered it? Okay. I was gonna say, like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't see a hole. Oh, absolutely. The original 7 all had kids, pretty much. There's a red panda, by the way, who doesn't feel anything while in conflict, but does feel content after a bath. No, because I don't do that. I don't use DF hack for anything, actually. I usually, when DF hack is updated, I will have a separate install with DF hack, but I don't use it for normal gameplay. To me, think of it this way. There's people who play Minecraft in survival mode, and then there's people who may play Minecraft in creative. For me, having DF hack is kind of like playing Dwarf Fortress in creative, and takes away a lot of the enjoyment for me. So I use it for almost nothing outside of trying to find bugs if I think something is broken. So for me, it kind of ruins the fun of the game. So I don't use it because there's too many temptations to cheat. There's too many temptations to make the game less interesting. And I don't enjoy that. So I don't use it. It's not even a like elitism thing. It's just I don't use it because it ruins the game for me thing. Like, you play the game exactly the way you want to, but no, I don't really have that temptation because I intentionally don't use it. It's like, I fully get why people use it. It makes sense, but... So this is going to be the queen's... Or, the king's quarters. And obviously we'll need to give them double window in here. And this will be the actual, like, sleeping chamber. We'll get windows there and there. This will be the actual sleeping chamber with a separate door, I think. And then that'll be the main door to the space. What do you think, chat? Good space for a queen? This will all be a bedroom. Yeah, to me, that everybody's just like, oh, all this Among Us? I don't look like an Among Us. Not in the slightest. You're seeing things, man. Anyway, Sus King. The other king was sus, okay? That's why we killed him. Jeeves Bunny! Thanks for the prime. Have you asked Jeeves recently? It's been a long time since I asked Jeeves, actually. Very, very long time. Chad, have you asked Jeeves recently? Isn't it too small? No, if this whole thing's a bedroom, it'll be fine. We're going to make it very, 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 very wealthy. Let's use shale for the bedroom itself. I asked Jeeves, but he won't answer. It's true. Chad, did you guys see that screenshot of the mushroom, the giant mushroom from the basement layers that popped up shortly after release? That was the exact shape of the Among Us spaceman. Because that made me laugh pretty bloody hard. Also, are you guys aware of the direct connection between Dwarf Fortress and Among Us? Some of you might be, actually. Kit Fox, when they first picked up Dwarf Fortress as a game to publish, their community manager at the time was named Victoria Tran. And she's kind of big on social media in the games industry space. Anyway, around halfway through premium Dwarf Fortress's development, she left Kit Fox to go work for Inner Sloth. And now whenever you see tweets on the Among Us account is an ex-Kit Fox employee. So, long story short, like, a lot of those Among Us memes are made by somebody who was marketing Dwarf Fort for a bit. Ever 3D print these surface forts? No, because 3D printing is a humongous waste, and I'm not super into like just throwing away massive amounts of plastic for random crap. But if somebody happens to own a 3D printer, maybe. I also live in a 400 square foot apartment and do not really want to live in a tiny box with a 3D printer. That sounds awful. But Victory and Solace, what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have a dwarf in this fort? I can't remember. I don't think you do. No, you don't. What kind of dwarf? A beardless child. Sounds like an insult. You beardless child. Actually, hold on. Just let me place this ghost memorial before I forget, and then we'll get you named. Beardless child. This one's pretty happy. Victory in Solace is calling something up the stairs. Which is what many cheap prints use. Yeah, I know, but not every single print uses that. But I personally am not interested in manufacturing plastics in my own house for no real logical reason. I think that the whole kind of idea of it's silly. I think 3D printing, it makes a lot of sense for industrial purposes, but personal use cases just are kind of redundant to me right now. All right. Like my dad has a 3D printer where he works that's literally the size of an office cubicle that he uses to 3D print parts out of various materials for robotics and automation, which is cool as fuck. And that's what it should be used for. I don't need to make random tchotchkes. Waste of space. Hello, Endoro the Insane! How are you? By the way, you're dead. You drowned. I think he drowned? Or no, you either drowned or you died in a bar fight. I need to go look at the VOD, but... She finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. She's truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. She prefers to go it alone without. She feels. Hold on. She prefers to be alone, and she feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She has an active imagination, and she is stubborn. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she acts with compassion, and she often feels discouraged. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She does not often feel lustful and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and does not really care about anything anymore. Welcome. As for values, dreams of mastering a skill, and she personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. I agree, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity as bullheaded and foolish, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. She's put off by trade and commerce and does not feel strongly about the law. Dreams of mastering a skill. She likes bismuth bronze, helidor, green glass, and giant snowy owl leather, giant wren bone, and the color dark indigo. Brown recluse spidermen for their venomous bite and the sound of the meadow of summer, and when possible prefers to consume goat cheese and strawberry wine. And absolutely hates jumping spiders. I like goat cheese and strawberry wine. This is a good dwarf. I can agree. Oh my god, that's a lot of disorderly. We really need cops in this fort, chat. Like, we really need cops. So many unsolved cases here. Feet are destroyed after 21 hours of standing on the one spot. Why'd you stand in one place for 21 hours? That sounds horrible. I'm assuming it was like a work-related thing, but god, that sounds awful. Doorman, holy shit, dude. 21 hours? Sit down for like a week. Please. Yeah, exactly. Goat cheese and strawberry wine. It's like the dwarves don't always sound like they have good taste in food, and then every now and again it's like, I like goat cheese and strawberry wine, and it's like, I'm hungry now. Thanks, dwarf. Huh. We could fight that. I don't know if it can actually get to us. The Forgotten Beast, Timad, Tim is mad, chat, has come. A great feathered zebra, or as my grandmother says, zebra, and gets real mad when I say zebra. A great feathered zebra, love you, Grandma, has a pair of knobby antennae and a gaunt appearance. Beware, it's deadly spattle. So it spits acid. Acid spitting zebra, so normal zebra, got it. Oh, hey, there's flesh balls down there. Great. I don't know. Okay, it can't reach us. Holy shit. Right, yeah, I forgot. There's a spire all the way up here at layer 10. I need to dig into that. Maybe we'll do that today. Or maybe we'll do that on Tuesday. What is happening? The Forgotten Beast, Nathimi Kikarakane, has come. A huge skinless monitor. What do you think its resolution is, chat? It has a bronze shell and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous gas. Oh, it's definitely a monitor lizard, but like, what? Click streamer. It's 1080p or what? 180p? 180p? Really? You think it's a 180p? I think it's definitely not 4K because it couldn't run Dwarf Fort. 720p. Well, I mean, its New Year's resolution is probably to not die, so I don't know if it'll make it. Anyway, let's enough monitor jokes. Where's this other one? What the fuck just happened? Oh, they're on different layers. And again, I'm pretty sure this one can't reach us, but there is a blob in this map. Elk birds are kind of cool. They're like weird human-like critters with elk antlers. Can they meet? No, these two layers ain't connected at all. Like this one is layer 95. The other one is way higher. Doesn't have any known kills. Check its weight to see if it's an LCD or a CRT. I think it's definitely a CRT. Look at the size of this thing. Huh. Anyway. How are we doing up here? Got charcoal. All right, so I'm just going to be lazy, chat. I'm going to make pig iron bars here. Set up a repeating task. I'm just going to do this until it cancels. And chalk is the stone that we need, so I'm going to make a little chalk stockpile down here. So chalk is a flux. I just canceled that. Maybe they can become friends. Forgotten beasts do not have the ability to mate because they're all one of a kind, so they couldn't have kids. Unlike demons, by the way, which will start having triplets if you ignore them. It's actually horrific. It's like a demon has given birth to quadruplets, and you're like, fuck me. So chalk. There. So you're saying that your neighbors are demons? Tropic? Is that what you're suggesting? So we've got a strange mood. Yusharir over here is possessed by unknown forces. They are a stone carver. They've claimed a stoneworker's shop. You know, I think so, Snail. I'm like 90%, you know, I've never actually looked, but I've also don't recall ever seeing a demon child, so I would assume so. Yeah, the game's just like, we killed the king. The game's like, oh god, they killed the king. We gotta do everything all over the woods. Also, why not send out another pillage report? Since, all right, here, let's go hit Hammercats again. We're just gonna send the one squad this time. And we're gonna leave everything up as options. Did you guys know, I don't know if any of you guys have looked, but over on Dabu's YouTube channel, the opening theme, like the main menu theme, the classic like guitar strumming, has over 100,000 views. The Bronze Colossus is sitting in a wooden cage somewhere in my fort. Which, you know. Sounds responsible. I mean, it's the best that we got. So we'll just let him do his thing real quick while I go over here and assign other things. This is for the king, obviously. I need some weapon racks. So sorry, military, I'm taking your weapon racks. We're giving them to the king. It's worth it, I swear. Don't hate me for it. Hey, Quezos. How's things? You know, how about instead of rock coffers, we actually make iron chests? Like 50 iron chests. Iron cabinet. 50. Found me recently loving the long streams? Hell yeah. The weekend stream's a little shorter, though, because I do need to be human at some point. As much fun as it is to just, like, you know, stream all day, every day, and never take a day off, I do need to, like, hole up and relax and be human every so often. And yesterday took a lot out of me, even though I didn't stream, because I spent literally all day editing stuff. There you go. King now has better quarters. Eventually I'll remove old ones. Humans just be dwarf all day. I know, right? God, I wish I had that level of mental fortitude. If I did, I would provide, but I simply don't. I am but a weak content creator. Will it help to play more if I punch statues? Are you asking me if I punch statues? I think that would just hurt my knuckles, actually. Like, in real, like, honestly, I think that I might just break my wrist. And then I couldn't play at all. I know that you're asking if I would become, like, a were creature or something, but... I think streamer being cursed would be pretty bad. Because they don't have people to send at you, I would assume. That or you need to turn your difficulty up to hard. Okay, no. Having a Colossus cage in the King's Quarter would improve the quality? I don't know about that. I feel like it might have the opposite effect, actually. All right, we are now gaining pig iron. Look at that. Slowly. Stormcrow. I used to go to a bar called the Stormcrow. Pandemic kind of killed it, though. They had a giant Minecraft statue. I haven't paid much attention to the instruments in this world, but in regards to your world, I wouldn't know. And the reason I wouldn't know is because every world has uniquely generated instruments. They're all randomly generated, so I have no idea what instruments are in your world. So you have to figure that out. Which is also why there's such a pain in the ass to make. Also, looks like the king is getting a statue of a purring maggot in the corner of their bed chambers. I show you your grave. I don't know where it is. So I can't help you with that. And if I can't find it clicking here, then you're just, yeah, there you are. There's your grave. There's your grave. Proof that you are dead. I think you're actually in the river, though. I'm pretty sure you're not in that coffin. Usually what I do if I want to make an instrument is I will buy one of it and then look at all the pieces. But generally I just don't make instruments because they're pretty tedious. Sleep and sleep times 2. I mean, you know, if it works for you, it works for you. I like to do coffin districts. It just feels more believable to me. Like, nobody really sleeps in their tomb. That's just odd. I mean, yeah, if they're a vampire, then that would make sense. That would make sense. That I would buy. And Juicicle, I think it's that. Is it Juice Cycle or Juicicle? Thank you very much for the tier 1. Cheers. New player here. In your first world, almost all of the instruments require a body part of an undead being. I'm sorry, what? Pardon? What exactly does it say? Because that sounds wrong. Unless you've got some real weird bugs in your world. Or some even weirder mods. To me, it sounds like it just needs bone. Which isn't specifically an undead being. You may have one that's made out of an undead being. But I don't think it would require... I would assume it would just be bone. It means, like, you need to slaughter a pig and then use that pig's bones to make it, or whatever. Where dwarves have ogre and Etten parents? Just because a dwarf was adopted by an ogre does not mean it's a bug. Okay? That ogre couldn't have kids of their own, and that ogre really wanted to raise a baby. And just because the goblin faction that ogre was a part of just happened to be, it just happened to kidnap a whole bunch of baby dwarves, doesn't mean that the ogre can't adopt them. This is actually just a part of goblin society, not a bug. It just means that they were kidnapped and were adopted. It's literally all that. It's not a bug. That's a feature. I mean, it might have been a bug, but I'm pretty sure that's actually just a feature. All right, Kingy McGee, what can I do to improve your bedroom a little bit? Let's engrave these walls, engrave all this, engrave this, engrave this. Okay, engrave that. Is no bug, is feature. Exactly. You understand me. I don't know why I'm talking like this. Stop now. Yeah, as far as the tomb zone being claimed by a single creature, that's something that needs to change. So since this is the king's area, this will be the king's dining hall over here. I think I'm going to make the front out of iron. And we will... I think smooth and fortify this. Make these into windows. But it might just, so if you were looking at the description of an already constructed instrument, it might very well have used an undead part. If you were looking at the description of an already constructed one. That being said, to make it, it probably just requires bone. Not actually like a piece of a creature. If I had to bet. And in this case, I am betting. And that's my bet, is that it just needs bone. Unless you've installed some weird mods or something. The water is all the way down here. So what do you mean by underwater windows? Yep, each civ has their own musical instruments, and each world has their own musical instruments. Even kobolds make instruments. They make drums. Believe it or not. Kobolds make drums, which are all very simple. And dwarves can make instruments from many different cultures. Make the one in the middle out of golden garnets, I think. And I think we'll do the flooring in here out of iron. Still not happy with his bedroom. All right. Picky McKing. Make your bedroom bigger. If that's what you want. How can you get kobolds in your world? You're regenerating a world for 3 days? What do you mean? I mean, all worlds have kobolds. What do you mean by kobolds? They're not a playable faction. Every world will have some kobolds. I'd recommend generating younger worlds because kobolds have this annoying habit of just dying in world gen. But like, every world has kobolds, to a degree. So yeah, I guess I don't really know what you mean by has kobolds. You know, Edgar, it's really hilarious. Everybody talks about these things as a challenge. None of these things are a challenge. Building a big tower and putting everything in the tower, not a challenge. People call it a challenge because it gets SEO. Streamers call it a challenge because it gets SEO. Fuck that shit. It's just a theme. That's all it is. Put everything in. Okay. It's not a challenge. Just building a slightly different variant on a fort. SEO. On. What is SEO? The order that you search ranking essentially on Google, right? If you put search engine optimization. My brain blanked when people asked. It essentially means the order that you show up in YouTube, Google, other things. People put challenge because people want to see people challenged. Oh, I'm going to do a no-pick challenge, which is literally just fucking sit around until Traitor show. I'm going to do no tools. Which it just adds a little bit of tedium to the first year. That's all it does. There is nothing in Dwarf Fortress that I would sit here and be like, that is a challenge with the exception of maybe defeating hell. So with the second you use challenge, I just look at you and kind of giggle a little bit inside because it's like, yes, you've fallen into the let's force everybody to promote SEO and money and rankings and how big. Like, I'm old in this industry. I've been around for a really long time. And that wording is just really dumb. Evil Glacier? Dig a hole. Hide in it. Easy. Wait. It's like, I lose no citizens? I mean, that would just require a lot of resetting. It would just be tedious. Only in lava. No you. I mean, that would just require a lot of buckets. Yeah, it's clickbait. It's, literally that's what it is. It's you see streamers and YouTubers talking about how this is a challenge, this is a challenge. It's like, well, how much tedium do you want to add to your game is the question. Could I build a big tower? Cool. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Do I want to build a tower challenge? Oh God, I sound like BuzzFeed now. So if you want me to do a thing and you have an idea for a theme, throw it at me. That's great. Let's do it. That sounds like a lot of fun. Let's build a big tower and put everything in the tower. The second you call it a challenge, I roll my eyes and take it less seriously. Because to me, you just sound like a marketing person that's yelling at me. Oh, I know what you mean. Karaoke. All right, so let's get these iron coffers replaced. And sorry if I sound just like a sarcastic twit, but like, I don't know. I'm old. Make challenge videos for big views? Sure. I prefer to like name my content honestly for what it actually is. Back in my day, people just played games and enjoyed them. When I say I'm old, Wanderlust, I refer to this industry. I've been streaming for a decade. For this industry, that's old. A giant igloo in a year-round frozen oceans a few years ago. I built not an igloo specifically, but I built a snow castle that kept getting attacked by yetis a couple years ago. It was much more of a fortress made out of snow. I don't like mods like that though, McJerby. Only mud I really got into was bat mud cilantro. But I haven't touched bat mud in a minute. Been about a year. But I do occasionally fall back into muds. All right. Got the line now, or it can't be engraved twice. That's such a weird bug. A force that is both dark and vile has arrived. I wonder if my squads have come back. Yes, they did. We got a Pearwood Splint, 2 Peach Wood High Boots, 2 Alder Gauntlets, 25 Oaken Arrows, 1 Cherrywood Legging, and 1 Pine Chest and a Willow Cap. As for the raid itself, looks like we just snuck in and stole shit. Well, that's good. How big is this this here vile force of darkness? Doesn't seem too big, so... Let's set a station order right here. Dwarves all need to grab their gear because they're off duty. Oh, it's not actually that bad. It's just a snatcher crew. Okay, noted. First dwarf fight is Geth. And also, we actually have a lasher in this squad. Kodal. Goblin crossbowman fires a bolt, which misses clearly. Swords dwarf dodges a crossbow bolt. The lasher jumps away from the flying iron bolt. The Militian captain slashes the goblin bowman in the lower arm with his iron short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The militia captain stabs the goblin bowman in the lower left eye with his short sword, tearing apart the left eyelid's skin. The force pulls the head, tearing apart the fat and bruising the muscle and the upper spine's nervous tissue. What's the theme of this fort? Chat, what's the theme of this fort? Let Stormcrow know. I'm sure some of you know. The militia captain stabs the goblin bowman in the right foot with his iron short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. We can definitely do a fort tour after this fight. The militia captain stabs the goblin bowman in the right foot with his iron short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. That's why there's like bits and pieces. There are feet. Militia captain is just stabbing him now, like kind of repeatedly, and his bits are flying off. He's on the ground. He was just on the ground. And he's just decapitating him, basically. Let's follow our militia captain, who, by the way, is wielding a sword. That's it. There's something about these dwarves with nothing but swords, just dodging everything and just murdering everything that just makes me real happy. Swords dwarf runs in, screams, "How fleeting life is! This does not scare me." Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah, about that. I'll believe you when it stops saying that you're terrified. Very barbaric, definitely. Lasher jumps away from a flying iron bolt and stands up. Let's follow our Lasher. Wow, like these three dwarves have just taken out like an entire army of goblins by themselves. Kodal the Lasher here hasn't actually killed anything notable. Not very effective. Talon Artho runs in and slashes a goblin crossbowman immediately, and the severed part sails off in an arc in the upper leg. Cuts his leg off. Ooh. Oh. None of them have even gone into a trance. They're just annihilating them. The Swordsmaster stabs the goblin crossbowman in the right foot with his iron short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Swordmaster scratches the goblin crossbowman in the right ear, and the severed part sails off in an arc, and says, "How fleeting life is. This does not scare me." Does it, though? Are you sure it doesn't? Talon. Are you, yes, you are in fact terrified. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. You're definitely terrified. You're lying. Often feels filled with joy after becoming a parent. Aww. And never acts without prolonged deliberation, sometimes to his detriment. Has 2 kids. You and Big Sparn, how cute. How cute. Anyway, I think the siege is over. And meanwhile, Flame Sniff shows up and says, I don't care, so don't ask. Doesn't feel anything after seeing an elf's dead body and, like, is just late. Late to the fight. What a guy. What a guy. All right, the fight's over. Just let me unforbid a bunch of stuff, set some stuff to be thrown away, and then we'll do a fort tour. So dark elves are simply elves that have taken over a goblin. So it's like location. So it's basically elves that are interspersed with goblins. So if you see dark elven pits, it means it's elves that have taken over a goblin location, essentially. This isn't the menu I want to be in. This is the menu I want to be in. Body parts. Is there guaranteed to be a cavern layer? With water? How many cavern layers have you found? I'm just curious. Because not technically, no, it's not guaranteed. It's likely, but it's not guaranteed. Dark elves are just elves. They're just elves. So dark elves are just elves that live on the bad side of town. Speaking of elves. Guys, I need you to get back out here. We've got another fight happening. So we're getting attacked by elves that have enslaved dwarves, in fact. Oh, you poor fools. Look at you with your wooden toys. Oh, you poor, poor fools. So these are dwarves that have been enslaved by elves. They are moving forward to begin fighting with us. They're firing many arrows. We're actually going to jump into the burrow screen, assign everybody that's not a soldier to it, and turn it on so that my dwarves retreat back inside. Otherwise, some of my dwarves may die here. Fortunately, we haven't seen any more. Soldiers are coming flying back out. Swordmaster at the lead, who is currently completely unarmed. But seems to be doing just fine. Is terrified while in conflict. What's the name of this unarmed swordmaster? Also, before somebody mentions, yes, I very much know that I could, in fact, oh shit, the Kingslayer's fighting. Dodges a... Nah, actually, no, we're going to follow the Kingslayer. The dwarf that killed the king. Who is fully armed. They're chasing this one down into the fortress. How many more have appeared? I'm just going to set my squads to station up here once they're done. Kingslayer is running up. There's a few more dead. I want to see where the next wave of this siege is. Okay, it seems to be more dwarves. My soldier's coming up. See where the third wave. There's a panda. I'm not sure if it's part of the siege or not. Or a red panda. Unarmed? No, he didn't lose his arms. He's simply he's not wielding his weapons. He left his weapons back inside because they weren't on duty, right? Because when they're not on duty, they put their weapons down or store their weapons, and that dwarf didn't have time to grab a new weapon. So I've got dwarves running into combat without weapons, which is fine, largely. My dwarves are really skilled, so largely I think they should be okay. Let's just refresh these combat logs so I can get caught up on things that are happening a little easier. Sethatos, thanks for the 25th month. For those of you who don't know, Sethatos a bit of a legend around these parts. Made a little fortress called Archcrystal. Let's see, what's our, what are our name dwarves doing? Talon Arthos slashes a goblin crossbowman. Oh, nope, that was in the last one. The Swordmaster punches a bow dwarf in the left hand with it, shattering the bone. Punched him in the head, shattering it. The force bends the wrist, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. This is like sending a bunch of peasants to fight the Spartans. That's what they're doing. This is not a fair fight. Wumpin Stompin, the spear dwarf, punches the bow dwarf in the right upper leg with his left hand, fracturing the bone through the Rami leggings. The force twists the right hip, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the muscle. The spear dwarf strikes the bow dwarf in the head with his copper shield, bruising the muscle, fracturing the skull through the stupid wooden helm. And, like, literally, this dwarf is killing a dwarf with a shield. With a shield! Just whacked him in the head, broke his head, shattered his skull through the helmet. Shield bashing is a viable weapon. Oh, I know. But that's not a viable helmet, is what I'm trying to say. The spear dwarf then strikes the bow dwarf in the right lower leg with his copper shield, bruising the muscle through the Rami leggings. The spear dwarf then strikes the bow dwarf, but the shot is narrowly deflected by a Singero rib bow. Spear dwarf strikes the bow dwarf, but the shot is deflected again. The spear dwarf strikes the bow dwarf in the head once again. I like to imagine he's holding it just with like both hands and just going whack, 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 whack. That's what I'm imagining. I don't know. Does dwarf allow for dual wielding of shields? I don't think so in fort mode. In adventure mode, yes. Do they? Does it work right now? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I think so. I haven't tried it in this version yet. But I know there's been problems with it in the past. But I think so. They might still try to equip a weapon. There's no rust. I mean, weapons can get damaged, but there's no rust. The spear dwarf strikes the bow dwarf in the lower body with his copper shield, bruising the muscle. Shoutouts to the spear dwarf for forgetting his spear. Right? We continue to crush through these poor dwarves. Okay. More of them have been noticed. Got more. Oh, an actual elf. Has no weapons. Is covered in water. I was hoping it would be crying, but it's not. Alright, I'm going to move my squads up. Looks like Rovod. So, by the way, Rovod, for those of you who maybe forgot, was married to Reg. Was it Reg? I'm pretty sure it was Reg. This was Claiborne in my previous fort. So this is the wife of Claiborne in the last fort. That's because you have a lot of lead and you're making lead piping. Oh, lead does not. There's no lead poisoning. Dwarves are immune to lead poisoning. Although it is kind of hilarious to make lead toys and sell them to the humans. Starting to think we might be at the end of the fight. Curious how many kills this sword has. Is there no way to check the number of kills on a sword anymore? Bunch of frocks. What kind of dwarf would you like? That middle map gen is epic. It's pretty fucking cool, isn't it? I have to do a fort tour because Chet's been asking me to. But I'm just waiting until this fight's over. But I think it is. Preface Stoneworker. You're getting a dwarf in a strange mood. Currently needs cloth thread, leather skin. Oh, you need bones. Got nothing I can slaughter. Okay, I'm not going to give you that dwarf because I don't know if they'll survive. We'll do this one. On something? I maybe can make that work. I need to set up hunters, but yeah, that's what we'll do. But is there anything wild? Yes and no. So give me a sec. I will give you this dwarf instead. Buncho Frocks. Frockles? Frocks. Buncho Frocks. 63 years old. You have a spouse. Rarely looks on others with lust, and is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He generally is quite confident in his abilities, and he generally is in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he's currently more confident. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and finds obligations confining. He is fairly important, and he thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he is a greedy streak. He does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally respects commerce and those that engage in trade, and is greatly disturbed by quiet and peaceful existence, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. He likes microcline, bismuth, plume agates, two-humped camel leather, and amber, and gems, and quivers, coffins, and crutches, and batmen for their hunting cries. When possible, prefers to consume Oriole and blueberry wine and two-humped camel's milk. All right, so I'm going to assign some hunters. I don't think I actually have any right now. Yeah, I don't have any right now because I was having problems with them earlier, so I disabled them. But let's assign a couple extras. It's going to queue up leather quiver, iron crossbow, and I just didn't have enough stuff for them to operate functionally, so I actually do now. Birds, yes. Why is the Baron's labor locked to specialize and nothing is selected for him? Because he's a Baron. Same reason I need to do that with the King. Why would you make your Baron do any jobs? All right. So I've been asked for a fortress tour. So real quick, this is kind of the main layer that is currently getting worked on. We got housing down here. Did I ever assign these bedrooms? I did not. Let's assign these bedrooms. We got this kind of main layer. There's a farming guild right there, kind of an area where we're doing clothes crafting. That's a Craftsdorf guild, the manager's office, and this is the central tavern down here. This is the mayor's office. Over here is what we're building into the king's quarters / district area. Down here is kind of the main bedroom layer. Beneath that, we have a doctor's guild and the hospital and more bedrooms. Beneath that, we have the baron's bedroom and office. We have the baron's tomb and the soon-to-be king's tomb. If we go down a little bit, this is an area that is ready to spread, actually. Let's dig out that. This is the magma forges, where we are making magma and magma accessories and stuff out of metal, obviously. If we scroll down a little bit, we will eventually follow the magma track all the way down to where it begins, which is right here. And the way the magma track works is pretty fun. So since it's right about to go, we might as well watch it. Dwarf, come over, kick it through, and then it disappears because there's no sprite on minecarts that have lava in them. Yes. That's what I did, Sathatos. And then we just need to wait for somebody to show up and push it. It shall happen eventually. And if anybody was watching the shorts I put up on YouTube, this is the area where a dwarf got hit by a minecart going in the wrong direction. And the cart they were pushing explodes. Pretty funny. Think they're not open? I didn't look. And... oh, an iron short sword's been named. That's cool. We're just fighting elves, so it doesn't actually matter if they're using steel weapons or not, because elves are weak as piss. They're so weak, it's not even funny. Well, maybe it's actually kind of funny. There's some frame rate hitching because everybody's hauling bodies right now. What does weapon naming do? It makes them into an artifact, so they don't degrade, I don't think. And they gain extra value, and you can look them up in Legends and see where they end up afterwards. So if you write down the name of it, and then you retire that fortress, 5 years later you could look up the location of that sword and see where it's ended up. I can't remember the last time I ate a hot dog, but sauerkraut, baked beans, and fried onions, like caramelized onions. Also hit chance? Yeah. Oh, this is actually what I need. Need this at higher priority too. Just get it done. Baked beans, yes. Did a dwarf just... I don't think... I keep on thinking dwarves keep torching themselves, and they're definitely not. It looks like that sometimes. You need a Reuben? Eat a Reuben, then. I've needed a really good Reuben since I last made myself one with my homemade sauerkraut. Actually, pause that order up here on this one. Just gonna check how much pig iron we have. Reuben does sound amazing right now. We got 12 pig iron. I guess I could just start making steel. I can tell you for a fact, nobody really makes a good Reuben around here. I've looked for it. The only place I've gotten good Reubens are Reubens I've made. If you didn't just arrange for a dinner date, you might be thinking about the kraut yourself. My, what's it called? My last jar of my personal sauerkraut batches that I made over this. Actually, hold on. Let me make you guys, to those. Okay, who here in chat's a sauerkraut fan? Just in general. Okay, let me scroll up. Scrolling up in my Discord. I think this sometimes is the correct response, actually. This is gonna sound very out of context and kind of random, but fuck you, Stoned Hobo. God damn it, holy shit. So if you scroll up in my food Discord, you'll know what I mean. Getting there. This was the last batch of sauerkraut that I made. And it's gonna look a little weird. This was a half batch. This is beet kraut. So this was right when I put it in, like just set it all up to let it ferment. So this was before it fermented. This is beet kraut. So this is sauerkraut, so white cabbage, made with salt and grated beets. You know that fermented bacteria is good for you, right? Antibiotics are to get rid of bad bacteria. So you're completely backwards, Venus. Anyway, I made it on Halloween because it looks like grated brains. But if I scroll up a little further, this was all the cabbage that I grew in my own garden to make into that batch. Antibiotics shouldn't be used unless you have a bacteria that you need to get rid of. You shouldn't just take them for the sake of taking them. Also, I might as well keep scrolling up my Discord because we're stuck in an ad break anyway, and some people can't see. Other things that I grew last summer, these are the hot peppers that I dried. I dried about 5 batches about this big. I've since made my own chili powder and my own just dried chilies. I also have frozen ones. Very good. These spicy. Let's see. What else did I grow this year? I'm trying to find another batch of sauerkraut. Oh, this was one of the big batches of normal sauerkraut. I think this one was just cardamom seeds and cabbage. I think that's what this one was. I also made another one where I used some of the chilies in them too, so it was like a spicy pickle cabbage. Real fucking good. I've also grown weed. I grew weed in my closet, and I also grew weed outside behind my building, behind a hedge in an area where nobody could see it. And you know, I got about a plant about that big that did not get enough sun, and I got about a 1/4 ounce out of that stupid little plant. Oh yeah, in Canada, plants are legal. But I don't really have a good space in my, because I live in an apartment building, so I don't really have a good space to put them. So I just kind of put it somewhere where no one can see it, and me and my neighbor took turns watering it, and we split the amount. It was a good time. Weed is fun to grow. As a gardener, weed is fun to grow because it's a hard plant to grow. I can legally have 3 plants per adult per household, which means I can legally have 3 plants. Although I think the limit is 6. So if the idea is like if there's 2 people living together, you can have 6, but otherwise it's 3. All right, we should be through the ads now. Does that include clones? No. 3 plants total. Doesn't matter how you got them. 3 plants total. Do you grow strawberries at all, IRL? Me and actually, I haven't in ages, but me and my mom, we have a community garden plot that we rent together and share, which is where I grew those cabbages. And we've already like seeded cabbages for next year, actually, which are growing in my mom's kitchen currently over at her house. But we share it, and we actually planted a bunch of strawberry plants because somebody else in the community garden had a bunch of strawberries and just like uprooted them and threw them in the dumpster. Well, not the dumpster, the compost. And we saw them, we were like, those are really nice looking strawberry plants. We pulled them out, we planted them, so I might have strawberries next year. I don't know, see if they make it. Dude, 3 plants yield enough for regular smoking? How much do you smoke? I guess, like, if you grow 3 plants well, that's enough for, like, a person for a good half a year. Any tips for basil? You've had trouble with it? How so? It needs a lot of... I don't grow much basil myself because my patio, which is where I do the majority of my spices, doesn't get enough sun for it. Like, it just dies. And something eats it. I'm not actually sure what eats it. It just needs sun. Just needs direct sun. I live somewhere where succulents are bad, and I don't like hot spaces, so I do not grow succulents. It's yellowed. Doesn't get enough sun. Needs more sun. Needs more sun. Needs more sun. It's also probably getting overwatered. It's yellowing. It's not that I'm not able to smoke weed on stream. I'm absolutely allowed to smoke weed on stream. I don't want to. I don't like... Because when I'm high, I'm nowhere near as entertaining. Like, I'm not an entertaining stoner. I'm a sleepy stoner. Like, when I'm high, I just kind of ramble about stuff and just, like, I want to sit in the corner and eat chips. I use weed as pain medication and as... like stress and anxiety and a way of dealing with bipolar disorder. I don't smoke weed particularly recreationally. Like, it's something that I do many evenings a week, but it's not something that I do for fun. So, absolutely not always AFK. Okay, so clearly we were able to get some bones because the stone carver has created Normalals Lustamong, a shale bracelet, and offers it to the secret of orbs. I think we will give it right away, instantly, to the king. This is a shale bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with oval magnetite cabochons and encircled with llama wool. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of pig... Did I read that twice? Or is that written? This object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail, once. And menaces with spikes of shale and cherry wood. On the item is an image of a brilliant cut gem in magnetite. On the item is an image of Laura gifted leaped the elf, and Endok, the dwarf in Cave Spider Silk. Laura is devouring the dwarf. That's a image. Endok and is devouring the dwarf Endok. The elf... Okay, so it's the devouring of the dwarf Endok by the elf in the lined forests in the late summer of 141 during Dipasala, the scorching clashes. On the item is an image of Kib, lustrous ink, the dwarven dwarves in yak leather. Kib, lustrous ink, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Kib, lustrous ink, to the position of queen of the constructive orbs in 167. On the item is an image of death circles, the short crevice, the green glass table in dingo leather. On the item is an image of Kogan, bolts root, the dwarf in panda bone. Yeah, it's you, Zwari. You know, that's kind of a ring that, like, talks about the early wars. You know? Because that's when the wars started. Was 140, when the mechanical animal turned on us. That's all on a ring, yeah. Big ring. You don't need to have a mod to do it, Tim. But you can't do it while playing, right? So what you do is you retire your fortress, right? Do not click the green save button up at the top. Click the one below that says save it to a different timeline, and then you can go read Legends. You can't do it consecutively. I think there's a DF hack thing that lets you read it, but can usually, in my experience, if I recall, the one time I tried to launch it, it crashed my game. Just retire your fortress, make a new timeline, and read. Or have 2 installs. But that's old school Dwarf Fortress. It's a save corruptor. I recall a lot of people saying, do not use it. But that's all you need to do. You just need to retire your fortress, make sure you save it to a different timeline. Actually, what I like to do is I will save and continue playing, make a new time, save it, then basically make a backup, then retire the fortress, save it as like, this fortress name, Legends, and then go read Legends. Yeah, the DF hack one is a save corruptor, absolutely. Which is why I remember people saying do not use it. You can also save and return. Does that also give you the... Oh, yeah, literally this. If you want save to a new timeline, that's all you need to do is save and return. You're right. You don't even need to retire it. Just save and return and save it to a new timeline right here. And it will split the save files, and then you can retire it. Well, can you retire it? You can't retire it when you save and return. You need to retire it to read the legends. But yeah, anyway, that's what you need to do is just retire it and then save it to a different timeline and go nuts. You had a testing hotkey to open legends, but it would just quit back to the title menu, which isn't ideal, and that was required to not corrupt saves. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I know enough about how Dwarf Fortress works to go, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Do I have a pedestal? Actually, how many dwarves are still dumping shit? And how many bodies are still up on the surface? Not that many. All right. That's a lot of bodies. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Just left a huge pile of blood. They're cleaning blood off their clothes. We just carried like 80 bodies or something. Giving this king iron floors. Speaking of legends, I don't know if you were here for it, but we actually found the location of our king in Legends, and then attempted to rescue him, and then turns out he was actually a traitorous king, and had joined the elves, and we killed him, and then now we have a king in the fort. So I don't know how your day's been, but we now have a Kingslayer in the fort. Hardycore! Cool fort! What's up, dude? How's things? Hardycore made a fort that I had a look at on the YouTube channel. Kingslayer needs a named sword. They may have already named their sword, actually. Polar bear leather quiver. That's kind of cool. No problem. I hope it was either insightful or entertaining. King, why are you in bed with that elf? King? What are you doing? Are there any legendary toys? Not in this fort, but toys can be artifacts. I think I'll just put some fancy jam windows in here. Tim, thanks for the prime. That's made in mood. Is there anything that can't be an artifact? I don't know. I don't think so. Are there a maximum amount of fortresses saved? Wait, you mean like that the game can support in one install? How big's your hard drive? No, there's no limit to the number of forts you can have saved. Was it start year 200, 100? No, it was 219. Was when I started playing in this world, and we played a different fortress initially, and we've moved here. The first fort we played was a fortress called Ironshore, which is right here, which we got all the way up to Mount Nome, and we had the queen. Then we retired it due to crashing issues, and now we've moved over to Tourshadows over here. Yeah, only one fort at a time, though, in each world. But you can have many worlds with forts in them. Instead of the default 100. So, fun fact, in my opinion, the default year is not 100. That's just what new players think. As somebody who's been playing this game for a long time, the default year is 250, and was the default year for a very long time. I don't know why they turned down the default year to 200, actually. It was always 250. As long as I've ever played, it's been 250. Ask Putnam that. Not me. I haven't turned them back. Well, I mean, they're on. I just don't have their invasions on right now. Windslayer, thanks for the raid. What were you up to today? There you go. You can turn them back on. I would assume faster world gen times for newer players, but that was my assumption anyway. Any tips? Stop caring. If you spend a lot of time planning and never are satisfied, stop caring. Just play the game. Just build shit. Work with what you have. Don't plan. At least for me, planning is what ruins games like this. Playing to the environment is what improves games like this, which is why I love building in canyons, why I love building on mountainsides, why I love building in cavern layers, especially weird-shaped cavern layers, because they are fun. They are weird. They are different. They force me to play a way that I might not normally, and that's fun for me. You have a to-do list? That's about the extent of your planning? Fair. Remember, the dwarves aren't perfectionists, so the person controlling the dwarves is going to be at a disadvantage if you are also trying to make them do things that they wouldn't normally do, as in perfectionism. You keep getting distracted by all the random shit in DF, but that's the fun of it. I don't make a to-do list, but yeah, I probably should do that as well. You know what's heretical? Oh man, I need to remake the roll. I didn't do it yet. Hold on. That's heretical. Forcing your headcanon on somebody else is gatekeeping, friend. Play the game the way you want. It's single player. Has fun. I love the nobody does this thing. And yes, I'm stealing that from somebody on Reddit. I'm going to keep doing that. It's really fucking funny. It's just so good. Some migrants have arrived. Excellent. It's never going to stop amusing me, so I'm never going to stop doing it. It really was glorious. This is going to be the king's dining room, I think. Yeah, this will be the king's dining room. I should be able to make it valuable enough. It might actually be too small. Let's like widen this back part here a little bit. What's Moose? What's up, Moose? How's things? Yeah, honestly, like that's like Dwarf Fortress subreddit post of the year for me. Now remember, old guys, gatekeeping. Nobody does this. I also think it's hilariously funny that the most popular Dwarf Fortress YouTuber, being Krug Smash, at least subscriber count wise, does not make even remotely symmetrical forts, like ever. I just think it's funny. Well, I know what a moose is, but I missed the up in the sentence. Are you all good, Andoro? Well, if you're not feeling good, I hope you're feeling better. We'll be on Tuesday next, because I'm going to take Sunday, Monday off stream. Of his old school days, it's just what we have an abundance of. But no, his floors are made of iron. Just tired. Ah, I get you. Well, you have a good one. Go get some sleep. Okay, so how many steel bars are we sitting on? I know other YouTubers might get more views, but Krug Smash to me is still, he's the person with the highest sub count with a channel that's dedicated solely to Dwarf Fort. I think he played one or two tabletop, like he played Delve, and I think he played CDDA once. He's like the biggest channel that's just that. Here's the thing, right? As somebody with family in the Netherlands, I love the Netherlands. The thing that you need to know is I play Dwarf Fortress. It's a video game. It's fantasy. What I like in real life is completely different to what I like in this fantasy video game. I wouldn't hate the Netherlands because there's beautiful farms. I love the Netherlands because there's beautiful farms. I love the Netherlands because they have some of the best public transit in the world, and I legally can't drive anywhere in the world except for somewhere that doesn't require a driver's license. So just because somebody doesn't like something in a fantasy realm does not mean you should automatically attribute that to hatred of something. It's a very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Harsh word. Aren't Kakapo, like, extremely endangered? I don't know very much about Kakapo, I'll be honest with you. I'm pretty sure they're, like, super endangered. Should probably start making soap. Oh, your vid's on YouTube? I mean, I had a question. You couldn't figure out how to do it in the new version. I found a vampire in your fort and jailed him, but you don't know how to execute him. You tried drowning him, doesn't work. But you can't force the military to attack him, and you can't figure out how to pit him. No problem pitting goblins, but he's not an enemy, per se. You can't kill your own citizens. You could expel him. You could crush him with a drawbridge. You could dump lava on his head. You could drop him into lava. Or you could do what I do, which is just simply lock the door. Wait until he goes into prison and lock the door and worry about it later and then never actually do anything with it. Which is usually what I do. Yeah, I've read the Kakapo Man article in the DF Wiki. My favorite's still the Batman article. Do I have no kitchens? I have no kitchen. Sitting here going like, why are we not making meals? What the fuck's happening? I have no kitchens. Just looked at my kitchen area. I'm now thinking to myself, like, I deleted the kitchen that was over here. And I never rebuilt one. I'm smart. I'm thinking, actually. We dig out a little area back here. And this can be the kitchens. Be a little stair going up and down. Doors here. And then we'll dig around it and put more bedrooms in, because I'm going to need more bedrooms in a minute, probably. And we're up to 165 dwarves, and we got quite a few dwarves that need bedrooms, so. It really is, yeah. This whole fortress is just super satisfying to look at as far as I'm concerned. Let's give this to the king. Because hail to the king. You know, I don't really like Avenged Sevenfold these days, but Hail to the King is still a good song. You'll hate your tomb. It sucks, but we're working on it. Just watch my Future of the Fortress vid, and in case you might be curious, DF has like 5 different adjustable variables for random ear sizes, distributions, and for creatures, and I think it's absolutely insane, and you just need the clarification of an air phase. Yeah, no, that's fair. I kind of figured while I was reading it. The one thing that you need to realize about those is it takes me like 2 hours to record those of just like reading each question, rereading each question, rereading each question. And at a point, I get kind of brain dead and I start reading shit, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? Did I just read that? And I was beyond brain dead by that point. Also, it didn't help that it was like late in the day. I was so tired when I was recording that. I finished that video at 11:30 at night. But thank you for the clarification. It's kind of funny. I think it also doesn't help that that particular question also had like a diagram in the original quote post, which I forgot to go grab until I was recording it and then didn't. Will he be there forever? No, he'll get out when you retire the fort. Or could get out when you retire the fort. When you retire the fort, basically all of the... I'm trying to think how to explain this. When you retire a fort, all of the dwarves in the fort get put into a spreadsheet, and it doesn't really account for their location in the fortress. It was so fucking funny. I believe it. It's like the first week that Dwarf Fortress was out on Steam, and half the people in my chat were just like, wait, what do you mean Dwarf Fortress doesn't have a traditional HP system? Like, no, the game tracks the amount of blood in your body. And if you run out of it, that's bad. I need querns? Like, fucking excuse me? Why? Why do you want me to make querns? Also need leather workers, apparently. So many floodgates. I know what you mean. Although I honestly think that my favorite question from the Future of the Fortress this month was do you plan on making NFTs for people who supported the game in the past? Like, what member of the Dwarf Fortress community do you think would actually ask that? Like, you're either just trying to be, you're either just pushing like an NFT agenda, or alternatively, are just exceptionally out of touch. Banjo Crafts. Thank you much. Humans don't post on G. Bots post on G. Come on. Dwarf coin win. There was actually somebody who was trying to mint Dwarf Fortress worlds for a little bit on OpenSea. I can't remember. I don't know if that store ever actually got taken down. Don't buy them. No, they hadn't sold a single one, so I was quite happy about it. We buying dwarf NFTs? You're in? Have fun losing money. Dum dum. What a scam. Exactly. You think the NFT was a joke? If it was a joke, it wasn't very clear that it was a joke. Are you serious, Athranti? Live your life. But they're nothing like stocks. Losing is fun. Okay, that I can agree with. All right, we need weapon racks and armor stand. Should just queue up more weapon racks and armor stands. Well, weapon racks anyway. Armor stands are fine. Does anyone have a good recommendation for the best YouTube series for Dwarf Fortress? Define best. I thought I heard fighting sounds for a second there. I was worried. Define best. Like, what do you mean? Do you mean like best storytelling, best tutorials, best what? Boat Murdered isn't a YouTube series. Go watch Krug Smash's Monster Slayer. Monster Killer, not Monster Slayer. Krug Smash's Monster Killer. My favorite. Long Death has a pretty bland... I mean, okay. Long Death is the most Dwarf Fortress. I don't know if I would say it's the best Dwarf Fortress. It's certainly the longest Dwarf Fortress series. But I don't know if I would unironically recommend watching it. And that's coming from the guy who made it. You know, it's funny. I did a cooking series once on Patreon. But probably not ever going to happen again. Eh. All right. We'll see who's laughing. I don't buy insulin. Insulin's free in my country. So, you know, thanks for making it stupidly personal. I also still can't tell if y'all are joking. But like genuinely. El Deuterino, what kind of dwarf do you want? You know the rules, I think. You were completely joking. Okay. Like, genuinely, I can't tell if you guys are joking. Every now and again, you run into someone who's actually a fucking crypto moron, and it's really hard to tell, genuinely, if people are joking or not. Also, fun fact, you know how I made that video about the state of the stream stuff? I would not have made it this far if I lived in the States. I would have been bankrupt 5 years ago. No, 4 years ago. Yeah. 4 years ago. Would have gotten diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and immediately had to quit streaming because I wouldn't have made enough to afford just the insulin every month, let alone rent and other things, and continue paying for shit by myself. So... woke up with it? I wouldn't necessarily say I woke up with it, but... Medicare makes insulin rather cheap. I wouldn't have had Medicare. But I've looked into it. I would have gone bankrupt. Can tell you that for a fact. As an independent contractor, you have no health insurance. I would have had to immediately quit streaming full-time and found a low-paying job that gave me basic health care. Or I would have been fucked. You can buy NFTs with your tickets. Never go to Dave & Buster's again. You know, I've stopped buying tickets for concerts with Ticketmaster because Ticketmaster gives you an NFT ticket stub with it. Just so specifically I don't get I don't support businesses that do that shit. How would you deal with giant birds killing all your dwarves in a surface fort? Don't build a surface fort where there's giant birds. Is how I would deal with that. What kind of dwarf do you want? Due to arena. Can you get a mechanic? You don't really have a beard preference. I think I have mechanics. I don't have a mechanic, but I do have 2 operators. I got a pump operator and a siege operator, which are similar to mechanics. I haven't needed mechanisms in a while. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was just the final straw for me, Eggbeard. Pump works, cat. El Deuterino. Dodok Wall Heels is 56 years old. Also, to be completely clear, I do actually pay for insulin. It's called paying taxes, but also I have a $300 a year deductible, which I think is going to go up to a $500 a year deductible in 2024 because of the amount of money I just made in December. Ooh, $500. Anyway. And also it's like 80% covered when I'm paying my deductible, so it's like $20 for a box of insulin. Anyway, it's slightly more than that. I think it's like 60 for my short acting. Anyway, whatever. It's been almost a year since I've had to pay it. She is a pessimist, and she lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and she is very ambitious and is always looking for a way to better her situation. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She is often cheerful, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She often feels discouraged and after seeing a goblin's dead body, and she is a friendly individual. She has an active imagination, and she is quick to anger, and she doesn't focus on material goods, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, doesn't really care about anything anymore. Also worth noting, in regards to healthcare shit, the one thing I do have to pay for entirely, but it's still 80% discounted, is lancets, which are little pokey things to poke your finger with, the blood. Lancets cost me about $15 for a box of 100. So that's like a third. I have to buy maybe 4 boxes a year because they're like good for a day, basically. Are there any good written tutorials? The Dwarf Fortress wiki would be your place to go for that. Out to lunch. Thanks for the Prime. I could get a CGM. I don't want one. I don't like having things attached to me, which drives my entire family insane, but I could get one. There's one brand that's free. They are covered. So are pumps, but pumps have some upfront costs, but pumps are sketch as shit. I do not like pumps. But I choose not to have a CGM because I do not like it. Anyway, personal health choices aside, I need a place to put this fucking clothing. So I'm going to go back here where I can't build. I'm going to go down here, and we're going to dig into this wall here, and we're going to make a stockpile. Because I'm starting to notice just like armor and stuff stacking up everywhere. Continuous glucose monitors are free in my province. They're not free in all provinces. But I don't like them. It's just kind of a fact. It's kind of funny when pharmacies and doctors try and sell me on things where they're just like, it's great. It has an app and it automatically tells your phone what your blood sugar is. And then I look at the app and I look at the permissions on the app and I go, nope, don't want that on my phone. It's fun. Yes, I've made a mist tutorial. There's a tutorial on how to make mist generators with this exact design right here, which is currently not running because it doesn't work in the winter, but gotta start it up again. But this exact design, there's a tutorial on how to make them. Oh yeah, no, it was funny. I was explaining it. I was literally explaining it to my older sister at Christmas, who's a pharmacist. I was just like, look at this. And she's just like, I don't see the problem. I'm like, it has access to all of your text messages, phone numbers, emails, your internet browsing history, your photo albums. And she goes, why is that a problem? What are they going to do with it? I'm like, okay. Sweet. I heard about insulin inhalers, but I've never actually seen one in person. You say that again, animal. So what are they going to do with it? They're a fucking pharmaceutical company. What the fuck you think they're going to do with it? Got yourself an artificial river for once that didn't flood you? Hell yeah. What do you do with it now? You can put, if it's flowing, you could put water wheels on it, and you could use it to power millstones. You could use it to power pumps. You could filter some water out of it and use it to make underground gardens using pumps. And I think we're up and running, so I can turn this off now. But yeah, this is my mist generator. It's a bit much, actually. That's fine. 5 water is plenty. Now all the dwarves are getting showered. Neither do I, but for fuck's sake, I don't want to become some data point. Yeah, for me, it's more of a sign of... For me, it's more of a protest and less of a... I don't want the feature. You know what I mean? Like, I do want the benefits from it. Like, don't get me wrong. It'd be real nice, but... Oh, I see the problem here. I was sitting here going like, wait, no, I do have a clothing stock problem. Why isn't it working? Well, I just figured out why. It's because it doesn't have cloth allowed. I was going to make soap, so let's do that. Soap maker shop, there it is. Yeah, I don't know. Talking about my health problems is one of those weird subjects because it always just gets really dark really quickly and just always ends with me just being blind, like completely instead of just severely visually impaired. So it's just kind of a dark subject. Dark as in I won't be able to see anything anymore, get it? Anyway, if they want to / have access or the money for it, otherwise they would not need to have access to it in the future. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You're talking about data? Yes, absolutely. Need to make ash. Make ash. Just make 50 ash. These are all 1-to-1, I think, right? Lie. Make lie. 50. Soap. Make soap from tallow. 50. I think they're all 1-to-1. Yes. Pandasaurus Rex. There we go. Dwarf is happy with dining room. If I put some tables and like a kind of home office setup thingy, which won't actually get used that way in there, will that increase your value? Need them to be happy with their bedroom. Eats a bucket of lye. That's fine. In case you didn't notice, I don't actually care that much about job spam. Did I turn off auto spinning the thread? As long as it gets done eventually, I don't really care. Oh, it's set to died thread. I must have misclicked. Speaking of job spam, why are they not? I've got tons of fucking plant thread. What do you want about? But hello, rocket on a rotor. Mythbuster did in fact gift you a sub. Bitter jelly. I remember seeing that one go off. Also, if anybody's wondering why the sub count goals are all gone, it's because we've reached a month since the game came out, and so my sub count is dropping a bit. We'll start doing goals again once they're reasonable. Right now, they're not reasonable. Because it's like, in order to unlock another emote, I would need almost 1,000 subscribers right now. Which is totally fine. We're still at 2,940, which I'm totally okay with that. It's going to drop, though, over the next few weeks. We'll see where it stabilizes, but once it starts to stabilize, then we'll start sending goals again. Probably in about a month, I would guess. No reason to have goals after the best month of my life. Fucking Legion of Smoothers. Someone's got to do it, man. Why is it going to drop? Because the first day the game was out, I think about 400 subs got gifted in this channel. The second day the game was out, about 250 were gifted. The third day the game was out, another 150 were gifted, and then it was pretty consistently between like 50 and 100 a day for almost every day I streamed throughout December. And I don't think that number is going to stay that high. I'm sure it will stay higher than it was before. I used to get maybe 4 or 5 subs a day. But a lot of people here have gifted subs, and I don't expect many of them to re-up. So once I know what a more average sub, like to give you an idea, before Dwarf Fortress was out, I was consistently at about 300 subscribers, consistently at about 300 Twitch subs. And I expect that number to be higher than it was before. It'll be higher than 300. That much is down. But it's certainly not going to be 3,000. This wall here? Absolutely, yeah. In fact, I should do that. The only problem is they will see the dead bodies at the bottom, but they're mostly just carp. But yeah, we actually did that on this higher level up here. So anybody who sits at these tables gets happy thoughts. Why don't I spam ads? I am. You're just subbed, so you don't see them. I run a 1 and 30-second ad break every 30 minutes, which I think is plenty. And it's you don't see them because you're subbed to the channel. I think that I think that making people who are sub to the channel see ads is fucking criminal. You're paying for a service. You shouldn't have to pay for a service to have ads thrown in your face. What do I look like? Hulu? Gosh. I mean, frankly, people should ad block ads. Like, you should. And it's not that hard to do with VLC Media Player. You just use Brave? Brave blocks them sometimes. I also use Brave. Brave's a pretty good web browser. Quite happy with it. Brave blocks them sometimes, but yeah, I all my subs get ad-free viewing. Gifted or otherwise. It still runs ads. You need better plugins for your VLC then, friend. You just mute them? Yeah, that's how I work too. They were testing a feature at one point where the picture-in-picture would have the volume of the streamer and have maximum volume audio on the ads, and they never implemented that. And I kind of hate it. Wish they did. Because I do hate it that people miss stuff. I don't like running ads, to be clear. If Twitch didn't, like, limit your potential growth if you didn't show ads, I probably wouldn't. The only ad you hate is the Papa John's one. You're hard pressed to find an ad that I don't hate. I'm gonna build some more bedrooms here real quick. Yeah, I know if you pop it out, but that's, I would almost say, more of an oversight on Twitch's end, not a design feature. Twitch does support multiple audio channels, but they still mute them all. Feel free to ad block on YouTube. You should ad block YouTube. That's you know, honestly, to manually allow gear drops, do you mean like in the standing orders screen, or do you mean like going through and, whoops, that's not the option I wanted. Or do you mean like going through and then unforbidding? Like, what do you mean by manually allowing gear drops? Because you only need to do that like one time per fort. Gotta block them all? Yep. Add him on, gotta block them all. You and me. Somebody make that parody, please. We'll watch ad-free. You want blind to have financial security? Don't take this the wrong way. I stream on Twitch and make YouTube videos. I will never have true financial security. And the reason is because from the perspective of a content creator, we think that we're sitting here making art. You want to know what we're actually making? We're making points of data that can be harvested by corporations. And if they're not making enough money off of those points of data, we're gone. We are the most expendable media probably ever made, if I were to guess. And also, we are extraordinarily easy to replace, because if one of us goes away, there's 1,000 rabid children that want to do this job. So I will never have job security, but that's okay. Yep, I have 0 employee rights. This is true. I do know what you mean. This is also why some people don't like my streams, is because I'm brutal to a point of pain for some people when it comes to, like, the realities of this industry. So we'll let them work on that. They're working on that. AI will replace me. Oh, Amazon could probably do that, yeah. Probably. You guys wouldn't even notice. Oh no, blind's touching my happy world view. F's for happy world view. All right, so where do I put the throne room? I think we put the throne room down here somewhere. Did the stream go down, or are we just effing for... Oh, we're effing for worldview. Okay, you guys had me concerned for a second. I was like, did the stream go offline? Now I'm actually wondering. This is like... Because Twitch has been, like, bumpy the last few days. It's like, well, I guess that's the end of my stream. Rep. No, it's not. Okay, sweet. Thanks, chat. You know, I hope I go big. I think I'm about as big as I could hope to get in the niche that I create content in, but I appreciate that. Hi, Deep. How are you? Thank you, Bison. You don't see the game developer badge very often. Always makes me curious. Where do you find coke in stockpiles? Under bars, isn't it? So, pro tip, if you can't find something, type it in. And then just scroll through the options that are available. I don't have any in this fort, but... It's bars coal? That's what I thought, yeah. It's under coal. Oh, you know, I've been referring to myself affectionately as an internet panhandler for about as long as I can remember, Azrael. Gizmolo! I like that name. That's fun to say. Thanks for the prime. Cheers. It's pretty shit. Hey, at least we have one. At least we have one. No problem, Gizmolo. Thank you for watching it. About busking. Yeah. I mean, I've been trying to convince my brother-in-law to stream for ages, right? And he's a professional opera singer by trade. And he's just like, I don't know what I would do. And I'm like, just sing. You have the microphones. Just sing. And he looks at me and he goes, but like, why? I'm like, streaming is literally internet busking. And he goes, you know, when you put it that way, I do street performance gigs. I'm like, yeah. Like, just stream. Grass Vortex, thanks for the prime. It's real funny seeing people asking for features because this version is bad, and it's like, you should have seen what it was 6 months ago. You should go install an older version of Dwarf Fort and try it, and then complain. You entitled little kid. No, it's fine. They're legitimate criticisms. It's just that my knee-jerk response is just, really? You should have seen what we had before back in my day. Old man screams at cloud. Spoiled kids. God damn it. Was it really only 12 years ago that they added Z levels? Could have sworn that it'd been longer. I am just trying to be funny for whatever it's worth. Let's get those built. That built. Yeah, Boat Murdered was 07. Was 07 was longer than 12 years ago. Z level was 16 years ago. That sounds more right. Yes, okay. As the digital evolution of the street performer, hey, I'm doing something entertaining and publicly. If you're interested, tips appreciated in the modern age. Pretty much, yes, except we have ads plastered on our foreheads. Like, don't get me wrong. I love this job. But there are parts of it that really make me lose my soul a little bit. Speaking of ads, they're hitting in 56 seconds. I apologize in advance. Back in my day, we had acid rain. And you had to drive in a tunnel uphill. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's the worst DF version I remember? Any one that crashes? .01 is probably the worst historically. I remember like, because I didn't play the game super obsessively. I mostly just fucked around in Legends mode back in those days. I don't know. There were several versions that I loaded the first time and just immediately crashed. Those were probably my worst ones, which was probably around that era, actually, that Putnam just mentioned. They didn't fucking work. Yes. I do recall like installing versions of Dwarf Fort in like I wasn't playing in 07. I started in 09, but there was definitely like versions in like 2010 where I would launch it and it would just. The Forgotten Beast, Azok Baran Akulv, Osman has come. A huge lizard. I don't know why I just suddenly became David Lynch for a second there. Can you believe it? It's Friday once again. Anyway, it's got a curling trunk and a bloated body, and its blue scales are oval-shaped and yet far apart. Beware its deadly blood. That's creepy. Okay, where it at? That's a lot of bodies. There's at least 2 beasties in this lair. Also, I'm pretty sure most of these skeletons are because of that beastie, so. I'm sure it'll go fight it somewhere in here. I'm just ignoring the caverns, I'll be honest with you. There's enough fun on the surface. I don't need more. Boat Murdered was pretty awesome, at least in the beginning. Man, the internet was different back then. Like, very much so. The internet was different back then. Such a different place. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like the first week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, that Dwarf Fortress was out on Steam, I was just running in fucking, I need to be approachable content creator mode. Where I was just trying to be as watchable and viewable as possible. I'm basically back to my old vibe now where I'm just like kind of a surly, washed up streamer. Except like with a much more active chat room, which is very nice. And I hope you guys don't mind this vibe. Quite literally different. Yeah, it was a lot slower back then, too. Let my hair down, be a surly streamer? Makes my ears sweat. It's honestly why I disabled the thing, is because it makes my ears sweat. Like, I'm already sitting in front of a relatively warm computer. Honestly, I don't know how, like, so many ladies walk around with their hair down. It's just like, how are you not just, like... Yeah, what Clino said in regards to bug. Shots my guts. First time catching the stream live. Hello! You got to your first adamantine vein and you were wondering what's the most useful thing to craft in adamantine? Swords! False, it's obviously a throne. I mean, anvil? Eh. Swords. Don't listen to any of these nincompoops. Swords or spears, actually. Swords or spears. I mean, first you need to make thread. Just make sure the thread doesn't end up in your hospital, or you might give some dwarves some of the most expensive stitches of their life. Actually, not quite as expensive as stitches in American hospitals, but the most expensive stitches you'll give a dwarf in Dwarf War. Swords are better than axes, though, like just in general. Axes better than swords? I won't deny that axes are more dwarfy. They're definitely more dwarfy. But if we're talking the best thing to make swords. The question wasn't, what is the most dwarfy thing to make out of adamantine? Because if they asked me that, I would have said, obviously, pave your tavern with adamantine. Obviously. But, like, the question was, what is the best thing? So I answered honestly. Swords aren't counted, seems. Exactly. It's like rock, paper, scissors, dynamite. I have dynamite, I win. Joy of insurance resetting, that means another 10K to pay out of pocket to get free healthcare. Your wife's cancer stuff will suck up that in the next 2 months. Hang in there, amateur. Yes, Eagle. All right, so we are making the king's throne room. Chat, should it be an enclosed throne room or an open throne room? What do you think? Enclosed would be like it has its own room and its own building and a door. Open would just be it's out in the open. Open, open. Okay. Open with a choke point. Is that to choke the annoying visitors? Open with pillars. It's kind of because like I have this pillar here, right? Because I had a spot where I was experimenting with things, and so I ended up with this hole full of water. I have this pillar here. I was thinking about just making pillars roughly this size all the way, kind of up around it. Open, but with more Z levels. I could go down a few, but going up would be tricky if I were to put it here. Otherwise, I'd need to go elsewhere. Super Mr. M's, how have you been, dude? It's been a minute. Hope you've been well. So the 25th month, welcome back. Greetings, old pal. What's up, old guy? How thing? Could I do an orb throne room? How about this? How about there is a trench in it? So this is where the throne sits, but it goes down in front of it, so you have to walk down into the meeting area in front of it, and we could put a dining hall meeting area in front of it. So basic idea. Channel out something about this big. Put a dining hall in there. I mean, I will literally have to dig it. So I'm glad that you do as well, Tropic, because you're in this fort, so you're going to have to get to work. I see that, Transfam. We'll get to that in a sec. So we could put that down there, and then the throne will be up at the front on, like, above it, and we can make a trench that goes kind of all the way along this, and all the way along it, there could be various different meeting zones and other things, and then the whole back half of this room will be the throne room. I'm going to go read the word story. Many dwarf died happily in bed with Sasquatch and mayonnaise explosion. Ents eat dirt and bronze brains too. However, Tin Man could banana cleaner what? However, Tin Man could banana cleaner banana cleaner we bonk them all in face. I'm gonna end that sentence. That one was cursed. You role play the deeper rooms are more prestigious? Sure, but this whole fortress is kind of like a city in the hillside, in the cliffside. So, while I completely agree, I think that I think for this fort, this idea fits. So this area back here will be King's Throne. Throne up here. We could put another pillar over here or something. And this will all be maybe like... We could do a temple. We could do various things. We'll think about it once it gets dug. Wait, see the whole thing on the cliffside? Sure. Here, we'll do another overview. It's a pretty small fort, so it's actually quite quick to do overviews of. We got bedrooms back here on the upper layer, and up from the surface, this is the waterfall at the top. People kept fucking drowning here, so I like filled it in a bit, and they've stopped now, thankfully. The entryway, there's two ways in. There's this way in down the bottom, and then there's this way in above. Although this needs to be actually made better. This kind of sucks right now. Down here is the entryway. This can be closed. This is the king's kind of complex area. This is the king's dining room, and this is the king's bedroom. This is kind of our main crafting zone currently, which needs to this was like the initial fort. This needs work. But this is where we make clothes. This is the kitchens. This is the barracks. On a lower level, very tightly packed bedroom complex. We've got some kitchens down here, 2 temples, and the main tavern, which has a lovely mist generator above it. So the dwarves in here are quite ecstatic, although some dwarves are actually getting kind of pissed. It's probably my military. Do they want to break? No, it's those stupid hunters. Hunters, for some stupid reason, just like hate their lives. I really don't like the fact that hunters sleep outside. Like, the dwarf's panicked reliving being attacked. I don't think you should be a hunter, dwarf. I'd take you off of hunting. Go do something else with your life. Anyway, then over here we have mayor, our mayor's space. We have our manager's space. We have our indoor river, which is harnessed from the top of the waterfall. A layer down here, we have our hospital and very, very, very valuable doctor's guild, which is why I have, like, 10 million doctors. Actually, not as many doctors as I had more doctors before I made the farmer's guild. There's all the doctors. Never mind. I have 10 million doctors. It's like 60-something doctors in this fort. Then up here we have more bedrooms, and then we're building the King's Squad area. Yeah, and that's basically it. And then down here, there's coffins, and then a little further down, there's this, which is our lava forge, which I need to check the depth of it. Yep, I can expand it again, which is very slowly getting filled via individual minecart running up from the lava sea. This is Dwarf Med School? Pretty much, yeah. Dwarf Med School. You like the area that I've got to build in? Yeah, I'm very happy with this fort. You know, it's kind of funny. Someone was saying in the comments section that I should do videos of my own fortresses in the community fortress thing, and I think that that's cheating. Chat, should I do videos of my own fortress? Something I am going to do actually. And I'm gonna do this for my. It's for nope. What? It's not cheating, or I shouldn't do it. Those bedrooms close to the move those bedrooms close to the throne room somewhere else. Maybe. We'll see. Something I'm gonna start doing though. I should do shorts of my own fortresses. What if I do jeans instead? I'm a much bigger fan of sweatpants. I mean, I'm currently wearing sweatpants. Could I do sweatpants in my own fortresses? I'm just thinking, like, merch ideas. Bane8080, thank you very much for the 6 months at tier 1. Loving in advance. Cheers. All right. What about jorts? I actually own 4 pairs of jorts. You want to know why? It's because I didn't buy jeans for like 10 years. Because I bought some really nice jeans about 10 years ago. Boogie Bomber, thanks for the prime. And so I needed stuff for gardening in, and I was like, well, I don't want to use my nice backpacking shorts, because I do own some nice backpacking shorts. I don't want to use my backpacking clothes, and I don't want to use my new nice jeans, so all these old jeans that I was about to, like, throw out, I'll just cut the bottoms off, and there we go. Underwear? Fuck that. That sounds awful. Yeah, I garden in jorts. The fuck do you garden in? Hear me out, skirts? Have you never heard of a kilt? All of Scotland is laughing at you. I need to make some blocks. Let's just make 500. Let's see what we have a lot of. Let's go for granite. They probably laugh at everybody anyway, to be fair. Checking steel amounts. Sweet. Hold up, dwarves. Is there any particular reason? I thought I had like 300 tallow. Guess not. Or a nice light purple? Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Including the Let's Play. I'm going to try and get some of the Let's Play recorded this weekend because I'm taking Sunday, Monday off stream. I'll be back streaming Tuesday, so I'll try and get like 4 episodes or something recorded. I took a couple days off on the over the new year, and I kind of let that one slide. Like, that's the one bit of content that like I haven't been keeping up with. I've been keeping up with the short tutorials, I would say, good enough, and I've been keeping up with the DF news things, but between everything else I've done in the past week, it's like I just haven't had time, but we'll be doing more. I'm just a streamer and a first and like a YouTuber kind of second, so it's a little tricky to keep up on everything, if you know what I mean. There are more men wearing kilts at Highland festivals in the US at any one moment than in Scotland? Well, fun fact, you're a foodie, right? Clino, you've sent me like videos of people eating food before, so I'm just, pardon my assumption if it's misplaced, but I think you're a foodie. One of my favorite studies that I read about recently, what's on my to-do list for the short choice, it's very long. Vadavar, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just let me know what kind of job you would like approximately, and whether or not you'd like your dwarf to have a beard, and I will do my best. I'm undecided currently, Mackmore. Very much undecided right now. So, Clino, you're a foodie, right? One of my favorite studies that I've read recently is that you can get more authentic mid-50s to 60s and 70s style Korean food in Los Angeles than you can in Korea. Because families moved from Korea to the States and opened restaurants, and they haven't changed their recipes. In Korea, the recipes have changed. Just something to think about. So, the enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege, and they seek parley. These are humans. It's not actually an urban legend. It's kind of interesting because now some of these Korean restaurants from the States and Korean chefs that learned to make Korean food in the States are moving back to Korea and teaching them their own food again. It's not an urban legend. It's actually a fact. If possible, you want the first eating dwarf on the list, bearded or not. Okay. Well, we're going to hold up on the parlay thing for a second. I'm just going to go fight them. The first dwarf that's eating. Okay, so it'll be the third dwarf, because that's the third dwarf that is eating is Dumat the Mason. Vad. Vad is not bad. Vad is actually very good. Vad feels euphoric due to inebriation and is relieved after being near a waterfall. Personality-wise, she's impervious to the effects of stress, and she is stingy with resources when working on projects. She refuses to expend any extra effort, and she actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. She is a pessimist and has a tendency to consider abstractions over practical applications. She rarely feels discouraged, and she is quite ambitious, and she is a friendly individual, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship and thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity and due to seeing a troll's dead body. And she dreams of raising a family. She likes gold, emerald, desert lime wood, and the color sky blue, bolts and robes and statues and puffins and for their colorful beaks and the words of the meditation of orbs and the sound of the bewildering silkiness. When possible, prefers to consume hamster and blackberry wine, and hates rats. You live in the biggest Japanese community in the world outside of Japan. You've seen some Japanese people cry over the food that they can find here. I believe it. Yeah. So the passionate confederacies wishes to parley in order to avert loss of life. Do you approve this request? I prefer the Imprisoned Masons Guild, actually. Denied. Humans! Hope you like eating steel for breakfast. What are they wielding? And we are just going to real quick jump into the burrows, assign all non-soldiers to it, unpause it, get them inside. Wait for the soldiers to run out. And chat, raise a glass or a vile force of darkness or something. These dwarves about to go to war. The ones that are not wielding weapons, I guarantee you they are. It's just their sword is not named. I really, really hope that that gets fixed at some point. Let's find a fun dwarf to follow. Wumpin' Stumpin'. Wielding an iron spear. Most of these dwarves are just using iron right now. A lot of them are, like, very skilled wrestlers. Let's follow the Kingslayer. Fully armored, of course. All right, I'd say that we're grouped. It's a pretty hefty little enemy army there. But hey, they brought us a delivery, chat room. A delivery of shields. See if I can locate them. They're there. Was annoyed when caught in the rain, but blissful. Remember sleeping in a grand bedroom. We follow the. That's Ravod. Ust. It's the Kingslayer, kind of at the back of the lines. Like, due to the heavy armor, really. Follow Lorbam, who's up at the front. Jumps into a tree immediately and is fighting with a human. The dwarves all come crashing into combat. This is actually a pretty tough fight for us. We should still have it. Wompin' Stompin' has the high ground. Immediately, we see that Ravud, the partner of one of my old military dwarves from a different fortress, has entered a martial trance. And having a pick, Flame Sniff hacks at the human lasher in the upper body with her copper axe, and the injured part is cloven asunder. The upper body? Well, if you see a naked dwarf, it's definitely somebody carrying their kid. Don't worry, it's bring your kid to work day. Dwarves are a huge fan of this. It's cultural. Let's see what other named dwarves are doing. Militia Commander stabs the human crossbowman in the left ankle. How many fortresses do I have in this world? Technically like 15, but a lot of them I didn't actually play. 2 that I've played. Militia Commander punches the human pikeman in the upper leg. Yes, bring your kid to work day for military dwarves, absolutely. They're very effective shields, if you didn't know. The militia commander punches. I actually don't know if that's still the case. It was the case at one point. The militia commander punches the pikeman in the upper left leg with the thing, bruising the muscle through the sheep's wool chassis thing. I don't actually say that. The force lands the left hip, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. And a ligament has been bruised and a tendon has been bruised. Talon Artho stabs a human swordsman in the right leg with his iron short sword, bruising the muscle through the rope reed. And then slashes the human swordsman in the right leg with his iron short sword, fracturing the bone through the large rope reed. Pants, I guess. Pant-like things. Swordsmaster punches the human swordsman in the mouth with his right hand, and the left cheek explodes into gore. The force bends the head. What's up, Snail? Did I miss something? Did the human take the named weapon from your door? That can happen. Yeah, they can definitely get it from them. Oh, that's okay. It was an oopsie. I thought you were trying to get my attention for something. Swordmaster stabs the human crossbowman in the left lower leg with his iron short sword, fracturing the bone and shattering the left knee through the large black bear leather leggings. The force pulls the left knee, shattering the bone, and a ligament has been torn. The swordsmaster stabs the pikeman in the right leg. I still think my favorite combat moment in this entire fort was when a dwarf grabbed a human by the helmet, ripped his helmet off, and then stabbed him in the head. So most of the dwarves are on the lower layer down here, kind of working their way up. So we're kind of fighting from down here up. It's a good thing there's not a lot of mounts in this one, although they would have split quicker if there was mounts. No deaths for us yet. Lots of dwarves in a martial trance, which I think just means that they can't get exhausted. Oh yeah, well of course there was the dwarf that bit the teeth out of the other of the human. Yes, no, it was the dwarf that bit the teeth out of the goblin. Was what that was. Spear dwarf stabs the human in the left hand with his iron spear, and the severed part sails off. I think that we've got this. It's like we've got this, yeah. We're just kind of breaking their lines now. Crashing through. Let's check some kills. 2 notable kills and 4 others. This dwarf with the very long title. 9 notable kills and 4 others. There's a named dwarf. Lorebaum, kill humans. 6 notable kills and 8 others. They appear to be booking it up the hill. We'll follow them, see where they're headed. How many invaders are still on the map? Basically none. Oh shit, there's some elven men in the basement. What do you mean? Lumpies. And ad's about to start. And Lorbum, the siege engineer, has bestowed the name Kogad Umrel Enam upon a iron short sword. I think it's time for our squads to go get a break. I think we're gonna put them on ready with no orders so that they can go drink and be merry. Plump helmet men just kind of live their own lives unless they're part of what's it called? Unless they're part of a musical group or something that joins. Also, for those of you who, yeah, we have a better Twitch TV emote of an animated plump helmet man that my artist drew. Yeah, performance troupe. They're fully sentient. They just, they can't speak. They're kind of like kobolds, but like they don't have the weird like theft need. They're basically animal people. They can't speak, but they're not hostile by default, and dwarves won't kill them intentionally. Job bug wasn't fixed, but the save corruption one was. Although I don't know if they've actually made any like real headway in finding the job bug. You'd have to ask Putnam, who's in the chat. No headway. That's what I thought. Yeah. It's baffling. I'm just glad that wasn't just like, oh, I had a job order disabled or something. Which is liable to help a bit. Yeah, looking forward to it. Oh, man. Is this just going to be the way? Wait, hold on a second. Can they get to us? I don't think they can get to us. So there's an elven siege. And I don't think they can get to us. Maybe they can climb over? Can they jump? I'll follow this one and see where he ends up. The funny thing is you literally have, yes. Oh no. Hold on. Where? I guess, okay, one of my dwarves did get injured in the fight. We did lose one soldier. We lost Yushrir. Rest in peace, sweet dwarf. I should release the bronze boy. Chad, should I lock the dwarves inside and then release the bronze colossus? And then retrap the bronze colossus? I'm just asking questions. Should I? Okay, let's get these bodies on this side cleaned up first. Maybe not. Okay, never mind. We don't have time. We have to get them. They're on our side too. They're on both sides. But we will still do it. Dwarves, get inside. Including military now. I think that's going to be our main format of defense, actually. Run. Okay, never mind. I can't lock it just yet. I got too many dwarves outside. Can... God, I hate hunters so much. Okay. Oh, you're seriously injured? All right, well, goodbye, dwarf. So the way we're going to do this is this is Bronze Boy. Bronze Boy lives here. Since all the dwarves are inside, now I can now turn this off. Going to dig a little tunnel right here with a little side hole right there. Now what I'm going to do is this tunnel is going to go all the way through this side. And because Bronzy don't care about water, we're actually going to channel down. Then what we're going to do is we're going to set up Bronzy right about here. I'm going to build a wall back here after connecting him to a lever. So essentially, we're going to place the cage. We're going to connect the cage to a lever. And we are going to then recage him in the exact same spot using a cage trap. So what we're going to do, we're going to build his cage right here. If you let the circus out and you keep playing in the same world, do the clown show ups on the outside forts? Not really. They tend to they stay in that specific fortress location. I don't know what's planned for that in the future. If that's supposed to be like a pseudo end of the world scenario and such, or not. I'm not actually sure. Bronzy, there he is. And then we'll place a lever right there. It's not Fonzie, it's Bronzy. The problem is we won't actually get to see most of the fighting. He's just going to run around and murder them all for a bit, and then we'll retrap him. It's like the Iron Giant, but a bronze Colossus. Hold on, I can't read that. Vampire. So I'm assuming you can understand what I'm saying, Vampire, because I have to Google Translate what you say. This won't drown him. He can just like run underground or run underwater rather. The Iron Giant is like a bronze Colossus if the bronze Colossus was a paladin instead of a force of chaos. I love the hoods. I think the hoods is like my favorite thing about these dwarf sprites. They look so freaking good. Okay, so now this lever is hooked up. I just need... Oh, is it all hooked up? Okay, it's all hooked up. All right, so now we just need to put a wall right here. Hoods and cloaks and loincloths. Exactly. What else could you want? And now we open the front door. So I don't think we're actually going to see all of the kills. Watch like a migrant wave attack appear during this. Maful Geth, the militia captain, has bestowed the name Bebmal's Geth upon a short sword. All right, Bronzy, go get him! He's currently climbing along the edge of the hill. Tried to climb up, but then fell in the water. No, they're always this tall. They're 2 tiles tall. So what happens if he gets frozen in water? Huh. Forgotten beast, Athra has come. A huge hairy salamander. It has 4 stubby horns and it has a bloated body. Its dark olive hair is unkept. Beware its hunger for blood. Is it it's not insta death for demons though. Neither is obsidian freezing, by the way. One of my favorite little tidbits. I'm sorry, where'd he go? Oh, he jumped again. Fucking scary guy. Why am I just like paranoid that I left a hole in my fort and he's just gonna walk into the side of my fort? You didn't just get yourself stuck, did you, dum-dum? Jump. It's only 1 layer. You're tall enough. You should be able to shimmy up here. He just lives there now. We just have a bronze colossus on our balcony, I suppose. How to burn the remains. You have a body and an assigned coffin, but it's not getting to burn. You have a body and an assigned coffin. Are you sure that... Okay, so you don't burn remains unless you have lava. Are you sure it's assigned to the coffin? Is there more than 1 coffin in the tomb zone? Because each coffin requires its own specific tomb zone. If you raise a bridge and there's a creature on it, have you ever heard of this video game? It's called Kerbal Space Program. Okay, imagine that, but like in Dwarf Fort. So we have a problem. Get some migrants. All right, we gotta cage this guy. Bronzy test unsuccessful. Alcohol-fueled rocket ships that never fly because the dwarves drank it all, yes. What's the object? Oh, fucking A, he did it. Okay. He's gonna go kill all of the new migrants, isn't he? Cannonball! All right, so now that he's down there, where are these migrants? They're probably booking it towards the fort, and they're probably all about to die. Either to the... Yeah, they're going to die to the elves and the bronze colossus. So you know what? Let's just accept that they're going to die. In fact, they're probably already fighting. Alrighty, you lazy Bronzy. Can you... Just... You know how to get out of here, right? Chat, keep an eye on this bronze colossus. Make sure he doesn't misbehave, yeah? I'm gonna go take a piss. Did he misbehave, chat? What do you do? Alert? What do you kill? Oh yeah, that's the thing. Why do I have 2 piss dwarves? What are they? I literally told you guys to just let you guys go off duty for a bit. The kind of annoying thing about this is now I have 2 problems, and I really just can't go outside. I really just wanted him to go kill those elves, but he doesn't seem particularly interested in it. He was very interested in it the last time, but... Guy, climb up the wall. I mean, the elves killed that one dwarf we left outside. There you go. I know you can do it. There you... Fucking, you finally figured it out. God damn it. All right, let's watch the damage ensue. Go clean up this... Uh-oh. Visitor problem, clearly. In before one of the dwarven... Oh, there's an elf. Okay, good. That's one. He needed a pep talk? Clearly. We're gonna have so many bodies we need to clean up. Well, they're certainly removed now, cousin or otherwise. Did he just teabag an elf? I don't know. Generally, they just kind of kick. By the way, this thing's pretty notable. Time to expand the tomb. Probably not a bad idea. Actually, I think he was chasing a guinea pig. Probably a pet of one of the recent migrants. Yeah, that's what you're actually supposed to be killing, is that elf. There you go. I'll just let him run around on the surface for a bit. And then we'll let him back in. Herdshaw. Actually, what we're going to do is I'm going to make a an easier way of letting him back in. Maybe, like, right here even. Somewhere that, like, doesn't require him to, like, go through the water. Such a shame. Anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to go down here and we're going to make a bunch of tombs. Was poor timing. Is that thing tamed? No. Otherwise, it wouldn't be killing the migrants. If it was tamed, it would only be killing the elven invaders. I just have a trapped one, and I want to use him, so we're using him to fight my fights for me. The problem is, then a bunch of migrants showed up during the fight, so now I get to also add them to the to-be-buried list. Because collateral damage, I think, is the term I would use. So admittedly, I feel kind of bad, but I'm not killing them. They shouldn't have showed up during an elven ambush. What can I say? Timing is everything. Maybe in your world. You're not wrong. I like just the super cheery music playing while there's a bronze colossus running around outside killing my dwarves. Wonder what he's up to now. There's also elven okay, the elf siege is done. So we need to recatch Bronzy. We need to recatch Bronzy. Let's go to traps. Let's go to cage trap. Plop one of those down there. And while that's building, I'm going to expand this burrow because there's a bunch of space in this burrow that needs to be in this burrow that currently isn't, including this whole area. We were building a throne room, remember? That was the thing. Engineer was found dead. What happened to the salamander? Oh, they're in an area that I can't get to. Or I don't currently have access to, rather. I sealed it off. We're worrying about the surface. We're at war with 3 factions. I don't need to also worry about the cavern layers. Project Bronze, giant success. I mean, the alpha test, it certainly killed everything. Gloves, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers, dude. And a baby was born. Yay. Okay, so there is a thing in there. I'm going to add everybody in the fort to this. Thank you very much for helping keep that sub count up. Appreciate you, man. Wait, what's unfortunate? You want to see how long you can get a fortress going? What do you mean? What's unfortunate about it? Oh, the labor bug not being figured out? Just don't allow visitors in your fort right now until that bug gets fixed, is what I would say. Because that bug only seems, in my experience, only starts if there is currently a visitor in the fort. You had a fort go 25 years without seeing it? It seems to only happen if you intentionally kill somebody who's neutral. But so kill a bunch of like random people that are in your fort. Like tell your military to go kill. Like it happened when my dragon was killing, my pet dragon was killing poets, and it happened when I told my military to kill a merchant. Oh man. Bastards still killing those. Well, they're all going to start booking it for the fort now, so. I shouldn't be freaking out over it like it's inevitable. I got it 2 forts in a row. So in my experience, it's common. Do you have to kill that turkey? Can a cave dragon breed with a surface dragon? No, they're different species. Oh, I see what you mean. I understand what you mean now, but no. Also, thanks for chucking a gift sub, Captain Walmart. A Bay 12 staff. You always just sort of assume that there's horrible consequences to that. There is, but not always. Not always is the key there. Anyway, we recaught Bronzy. Welcome back, Bronzy. Got him. Yep. And that's going to be my defense strategy for the next little bit, I think. Just release the bronze. And some dwarves made it. I don't actually know how this dwarf didn't die, but... Oh, wait, maybe literally just walked out. Probably literally just walked out. Yeah, what a bronze brain. I know, right? Are they? I've seen bronze colossi single-handedly kill entire dwarven militaries, like squads of 50. So, yes, would be my response. I really only have 2 more coffins? Oh boy. I mean, everything gains experience, but everything also gains damage, right? It will eventually die, probably. Telling your dwarves to directly attack neutrals, but I had a dragon that was just attacking all neutrals every single time there was a... So dragons are weird. I had a war-trained dragon, and it was intentionally attacking neutrals every single time every single time a fight broke out. Because I did have it assigned to one of my military dwarves, and it just started throwing fireballs for some reason. Because of where I had it positioned, which was kind of my own bad, it fired fireballs into my library, which had a bunch of bards in it at most times, which very quickly led to a lot of casualties. So that caused it. And then the second time it happened was when I had a neutral traitor that was preventing trading with the mountain home, and I was just like, fuck it, I want you out of my hallway, and just told my military to kill it. Because it had no friends with anybody in my fort, so I was like, okay, that'll be fine. It won't cause a catastrophe. And then it happened again. Did we have casualties? Oh, absolutely. We got a migrant wave halfway through at Cilantro. So yeah, we absolutely had casualties. Which is kind of funny, but also sucks. Yeah, indeed. That is an accurate statement. Welcome to die. Exactly. Did a dwarf go berserk and your miner had to kill her? Was this because of a strange mood? If a dwarf randomly goes berserk, there's a few things that can cause it, but one of them is, in fact, strange moods, yes. Really sell all of these arrows and bolts. I think that's going to be trade next. I mean, at the end of the day, if it feels wrong, don't do it, right? And that's kind of my advice. It's like, if you don't like doing it, don't do it. Colossi do not have trap avoid. Neither do dragons. You don't use cage traps for that reason? I like the fun that I can have with catching mega beasts. I think that they're too rare to really be worth killing. Personally. What's that, minus 100 level? Hell. Well, probably just rock, actually. Maybe lava. Fun stuff. This. The lava sea. I can't fire stuff out of the cage traps. What's in the cage trap stays in the cage trap. Gonna have to wait a little bit for more granite. You just wonder if dragons are down there when you hit them? What do you mean, Gogo? So things aren't anywhere specific ever, right? At the beginning of World Gen, the game populates the world with creatures, and those creatures then roam around. So there might be, but there's nothing really that's guaranteed with the exception of the hidden fun stuff. And even that, like the variety that you'll get of that is going to be different every time. Because every world is working with its own limited populations of things. There is no, like, infinite this thing or infinite that thing. It's just, there are things. Random monsters? I mean, they're not random. But, yes. You've got the right idea. Adamantine isn't guaranteed, yes. It used to not be. And it's funny because, like, sometimes you'll talk to old players who will just be like, he'll just be like, I like to make sure that I have at least one adamantine spire on every map. And it's like, dude, you know that every map has adamantine, right? Like, you know that it's impossible to not have, unless, like, I think there's a chance if you do a single tile embark, like just a 1x1, but the default is 4x4. Did Long Death run out of Forgotten Beasts? They stopped showing up at a point, but we never did move over into the Age of Legends. What's Long Death? Long Death was a, well, exclamation point Long Death, but Long Death was a Let's Play that I did, sort of. Not a Let's Play, a set of streams that I did of one fort with the goal of making it to 1,000 years, which we didn't make. Or until Dwarf Fortress came out. Dwarf Fortress came out, so. And it's, like, we did the math at one point, something like twice as long as One Piece. Like, just a number of watch time hours. It's ridiculously long. I think so. I don't know all of the ages off the top of my head, I'll be honest. Mega Beasts can't breed. Well, Mega Beasts can breed. Titans can't. Is there a way to repopulate them? Good luck. Yeah, it's like rocks and dragons and hydras can theoretically make babies. Does what take a while in real time? Repopulating the world? Basically, every single world is finite, and if you make a species of thing go extinct and there's only one of each of them, then yeah, the numbers are going to go down. Long Death? I streamed that fortress from summer 2020 at least twice a week. From summer 2020, 6 to 10 hours a day, 6 to 10 hours per stream. From August 2020 until release of this game. The last stream I did of it was December 1st of last year. I think it was December. Was it December 1st or was it the one before that? What ended it? Nothing did. It's sitting in this install right here. Right there. Yeah, that one. Year 438. We started on year 5. Nothing ended it. It's right there. Pandasaurus Rex, what kind of dwarf would you like? That was the most aggressive question I think I've ever asked. Since you had a good drawbridge system set up, and when I learned that fire doesn't give a shit about drawbridges, yep. Dragon fire specifically. Normal fire doesn't destroy dragon fire. Got near halfway. Yeah, only took 2 years. So you are chat, tell Triphosphate about what happened to their dwarf. No, no. Don't, this is good news. So chat decided that your bunny's a war hero, which is kind of true. I agree. Your bunny's a war hero. So we made you into a baron because chat wanted to make your bunny into a baron. So instead of making your bunny into a baron, we made you into a baron. Because that wasn't an option, obviously. So because the bunny is a war hero, you are a baron now. Congrats. Praise bunny, yes. All hail orb. Praise blob. You're so confused right now. That's okay. Long story short, we got attacked by an Etten. I think it was either an Etten or a Cyclops, and I always forget which. But we got attacked, and a bunny got involved in the fight, and the bunny bit it and drew blood. So obviously we credit the bunny with the kill, even though one of my soldiers got it. We've credited the bunny with the kill. Monty Python enters the chat, yes. Yes, it was an Etten, and then her younger brother came for revenge. You are correct. Death by Bun Bun. Waiting for that still. Okay. My cook has been taken by a fey mood. Also, have I started making soap yet? Yay, we're making soap. Looks like she's going for a stoneworker's shop. And then just sits there. All right. What do you need? Bones! Plant cloth. Oh, we have plant cloth. Bones! Silk cloth. Bones! Rock. Yarn. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Okay, well, we got silk. Don't have yarn. Have anything I can shear? I don't think I do. Well, it's late summer, so we're gonna get traders in a little bit. So when we trade, we can trade for stuff. Shear the dog? You can't. It's a dog. That's not an option. Your tavern's name is the Mechanical Orange. That's a good name. Why are you so upset here, Dwarf? Was upset that they had to rest and recuperate from an injury. Saw glum. What were you glum about? Grumpy, glum after getting into an argument. You just keep getting into arguments. Should really just build a library, shouldn't I? Clockwork Orange is a great book. It's a good movie. People keep asking me that, Azriel. And my current statement, and my statement that's always been my statement, is abso-fucking-lutely not. It was one of the most boring fortresses I've ever built. The streams were fun. The audience was fun. The community side of it was fun. But streaming it was so tedious. I was pretty open about that at the time. It's like, the part of it that was fun was talking at chat. It's a lot more fun to actually play the game. Is that a ghost? Probably. Read chat, Banana Boy. It'll explain your question. I would totally do another 100-year-old fort. 100 years is fun. 1,000 years is no too long. Like realistically, if a single playthrough of a game is going to take me multiple years, no. But part of long-term forts become tedious. I don't know if this has been changed, but in older versions of the games, there's hard limits to how many migrants you can get, and eventually you would just stop getting migrants. Tekken! How was your extracurricular activities over in the worlds of Deep Rock Galactic? But yeah, I have absolutely zero intention of doing a 1,000-year-old fort again. You can change the migrants and settings now, can't you? People were asking me about the older version, what point it became tedious. And I stated in the older versions of the game, there was hard limits to how many migrants you could get. You could always change whether or not you get migrants initially, but even if you had them allowed and migrants available to show up in your world, you would never get migrants at a certain point. It was just the game had hard limits. I don't know if those are still there, but the game had hard limits. We stopped getting migrants in the year 124, and I never got another one again. After that, it was a matter of making sure dwarves got married and had kids. Yes, slow, tedious, not fun to watch. And I loved doing Long Death. I think it was a really neat idea, and it was a fun social experiment, but would I do it again? Absolutely not. At the time, it was cool. And as an experiment and way to like lead up to the DF release, it made sense. Absolutely not. No. Z29. Like the game, like we had some neat books and artifacts that referenced artifacts 20 times, but like, not really. It's still the same game. It's much more fun to play a faction for 1,000 years. That is significantly more fun. Building different forts, because like the way Dwarf Fortress is kind of designed to be played, right? It's supposed to play one fort for like 40 years, most, right? Then you play an adventurer for a bit. Then you play another fort for 40 years, most. And then you play another adventurer, or you just start another fort. You do that. You go from place to place to place to place to place. No, you could... actually, Triphosphate's right. You could edit your population cap, yes, but there was a hard-coded limit. If you had more than 3,000 dead, you could not get any more migrants, period. And that includes your own dwarves, livestock, and everything. If more than 3,000 units died, you'd never get another dwarf migrant. So, yes, there was hard limits. And we hit those limits. So, no, Having only just reached the cage? No, totally. There is absolutely... Long forts can be fun. Will I do 1,000 years again? Fuck no. 100 years easy. Sure, why not? We'll do that. Probably. I might accidentally do that if I'm enjoying a fort. But there's a big difference. I don't know, Captain Walmart. I have no idea. Dead, alive, and both. Okay, fair. What Putnam said. 100 years, sure. 50 years, easy. 1,000 years, fuck no. Winky face, change your name to Wanky Face because that's what you deserve right now. But anyway, no, it's like God damn it, chat room. Listen to me. No, I'm not doing 1,000 years. And at this point, probably also not going back to long death. I just don't want to. It's literally that simple. I just don't want to. Some things are only done once. Yeah. And I don't ever need to do it again. You'll live that long, eventually. Could you get the Feymood cook? Yeah, sorry, I got completely distracted. Are you certain you want the Feymood cook? Not guaranteed they'll live. Blame chat. They were distracting me with asking for things that I never want to do again. Pandasaurus. I've been considering the idea of food. I like this idea, chat. We should work with this. We really should work with this. I would also like to consider the idea of food. Food sounds good. She would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any physical confrontation, and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. And she almost never feels discouraged and has little time for forgiveness, will generally seek retribution. She has little time for I'm reading that again. She can often get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary and prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and is a friendly individual. She tries to do things correctly each time and, well, she has a greedy streak. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and finds obligations confining, but she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not often feel lustful, and she is quick to form negative views about things. And once again, sorry for taking so long with this. The way I describe it to people who know what RimWorld is, because not everybody knows Unreal World or Kata, usually what I say is, if Dwarf Fortress is like RimWorld, then Adventure Mode is kind of like Kenshi. But, you know, same perspective as Dwarf Fort. That's kind of like Kenshi. You can have, like, parties of people, you can go around, you can sort of build shit. You can go on quests. But, like, it's about as similar to Kenshi as Dwarf Fortress is to RimWorld, right? So very surface level. But, like, in the way that, like, RimWorld is kind of a very, 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 very boiled down clone of Dwarf Fort in some ways, Adventure Mode is kind of like a very different take on a similar idea to Kenshi. Kenshi is also really unique, to be fair. I mean, like, I mentioned it to Zach and Tarn at PAX, and they were like, you know, that's not too far off. They're like, we played Kenshi, but it's been a while. And they never played the 1.0 one, and they said that they remembered the similarities. They are very similar in many ways, but they're also extraordinarily different in just as many ways. And same with Kenshi. It was a bit shocking. I just hated looking at Kenshi. So, you know, I'm looking forward to people getting their hands on adventure mode. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally believes that the mastery of skill is one of the highest pursuits and treasures independence and values good craftsmanship and harmonious existence and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior and finds introspection to be a waste of time. Also, chat, in regards to long forts, I have no intention of ever doing a 1,000-year fort again. But I could be convinced to do 100 years in 2 months. Maybe 3. That's perfectly reasonable. She prefers to consume giant lizard, bat ray, and quinoa beer, and absolutely hates leeches. Like just some stupid mega project in a desert where we build like a pyramid out of glass or something, you know? Sure, let's do that. I'm down. That sounds fun. Yeah. Like plan out a big old mega project, you know, make like, I don't know, a giant pyramid that I can flood from the inside out using lava. Okay. Build giant pyramid, have tube that goes from magma sea all the way up to surface, pumps up. Fuck off, Traitor. 20,000 years, get on my level, nerds. 1,000,000 years, what? How do you encourage dwarves to get married? Let them party in the tavern. About 10,000-year fortress? Good luck. Good luck. At that 10,000-year-old fortress, have vampire, lock in room, fast dwarf on, walk away. I mean, the oldest world I've ever seen generated is 22,000 years, but that was a pocket-sized world and it was the age of death, so probably would run fine. Anyway, absolutely hates leeches. Likes limestone, nickel, crystal cola, bush tit, leather, and the color pumpkin. Windows and bracelets, and cave swallows for their coloration. And the words of the meditation of orbs, and when possible prefers to consume giant lizard and batway and quinoa beer. And hates leeches. I also hate leeches. I unsubscribed from a YouTuber because they randomly uploaded a video of them feeding their pet leech and I wanted to die. What? Snail? It's real far for lava. Here's the thing, sadness, my medicine. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've stated I don't want to play the same fort for 1,000 years. Asking me different variations of doing literally that is just gonna get you pushback and no's repeatedly right now. Because you're talking to somebody who did spend 2 years of his life playing the same fortress. Can you at least give me like 6 months break before I think about doing something dumb like that again? Like, just give me a break, man. Like, the genuine me just asked from me to you as people, can you give me a break for a little bit? Like, I get it. It's funny. You're poking me. And viewers of streams like salt. I've been able to play more fortresses in the last 2 weeks than I have in a while. Nice. McJerby. This one doesn't, apparently, Banana Boy. Pokes. Poke, 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 ban! Alright, so we're waiting for early fall. And in early fall, we'll get traitors. And that's what we're waiting for. No, don't actually ban anybody. I tried doing a rebuild a dead civ run. Literally what I'm doing right now, dude. Like, this civ was dead when we started. Like, this civ that we're playing right now, the Constructed Orbs, had a population of 9 when we started. So, actually way ahead of you there. Because I know what I'm doing, and this game isn't hard. By Phosphate. I made a couple dozen forts, or about a dozen forts down here, all with the initial starting 7 that some of them have been taken over by bajillions of goblins now. We got to read about some epic battles in Legends at this particular fort of boot marks earlier. But these are all little forts that I made. That's the one successful fort that we've had. And now this is our second fort, which is the Secret of Orbs over at Tourshadows. And we'll probably make a third or fourth major fort until we finally fight back all of these goblins. Speaking of goblins, let's go smack these ones. We're going to go openly attack and pillage them. Go get them, dwarves. We read Legends earlier today, actually. I will have a VOD probably up on YouTube in the next couple days. Except with the Legends VODs, I'm getting my editor to cut them down. I'm not doing that with the Fort Mode VODs, but with the Legends VODs, I'm getting my editor to trim them down. So a cut, concise-ish VOD of me reading Legends should be out in a little bit. I just get rid of that lavish meals job. If you retire Insulana-sama, if you retire a fortress, it gives you an option to save it to a new timeline. Retire it and save it to a new timeline, not the same timeline, and then that clones your save, and then you can just go read Legends. So it still requires backing out to the main menu, but... Which admittedly takes, 100 megabytes or whatever of memory, but... No problem. That's what, silly influencers like me are for, is for pointing out things that maybe you didn't think about. Which is also a new feature in this version. It's a great feature. What is this room? It's going to be the throne room, and this is going to be like a mess hall thing, but it's all super unfinished and looks ugly right now. We're traveling for... 6 years. You finally checked Legends and end up settling in the Goblin Fort. Thought that meant prisoners, so I attacked to free my own dwarves, and they showed up to defend as the goblins, and they died. They're still traveling in the squads menu. That sounds like a weird bug to me. I'm not sure what would cause that, to be honest. Shoutouts to Orange, one of my mods. AB Sousa. I've got a really cool idea. Really don't have enough granite. Okay, we'll use chalk then. This is going to be the entrance way into the King's Chambers. That's going to be the entryway into the King's Chambers. I think that's a pretty cool idea. What makes water turn into dwarven wine? Armok, duh. Jurist. Holy man. I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it is. It's polished chalk, though. I also kind of really like the color of chalk in this. It's a very nice brown. I'm not going to shout at Orange. I mean, Orange is a nicer person than he leads on. I like to think. Insulina Sama, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. I won that Prime. Not sure what I did to win it, but did I double up this wall? Apparently I did. Whoops. Did not intend to do that. All right, we're into autumn. We should get some trade caravans, and they're going to get a lot of arrows for Christmas. I mean, for the sale. The enemies keep delivering them to us for free, so. Building question. You can engrave constructed walls. Does that mean it's worth it to construct walls, to build constructed walls? You're seeing a lot online of new natural walls only. So natural walls was always the better thing to do in older versions. As for this version, I'll be honest with you, it seems like constructed are better. They certainly look nicer because they actually have differing color variations based on material, whereas the old ones don't. The problem with looking for information on Dwarf Fortress online right now is a lot of it is for older versions. And, you know, the premium version, like, that just came out is very much just a patch, right? Like, it's still the same game, but it's still a patch, and it has a lot of balance changes and a lot of tweaks and a lot of different things. And I don't know, really, because a lot of stuff has changed. And it's certainly starting to seem like you can make much more valuable rooms if you're using built. Lightning Roger, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Cheers. Even though if you're still a noob. I honestly, Dwarf Fortress is like a game where you can be a couple thousand hours in and still feel like a noob. The Raffle Knife, I like that name. Thank you very much for the Prime. Close to a train. All right, let's do a gem window. I like moonstones. Let's do moonstones. They don't, aside from opening the stock screen. At least, like, blocks lying around can create some lag, but... And something to do with weather and surface building can cause lag, but aside from that, they just make it take forever for your stock screen to open. Someone in another chat that I was lurking in, Murder of Phoenixes, said that subbing to blind is worth it just for wide pog. Which is real funny, because initially, when I was suggesting that I was going to make wide pog a sub emote, some people were like, why would you do that? It's already on Better Twitch, which is Which is true. It's already on Better Twitch. A forest that is both dark and vile has... Come on, can I get a break, please? At least my soldiers already had turned from attacking them. I need to go check how they did. This will be real small. I just don't want them to cancel the Oh shit, we brought back a copper warhammer, an iron spear, a falcon man leather gloves, coyote man leather water skin, an iron warhammer, and a dog bun thingy. That's for the fight itself. The dwarf Rovod, the cold distraction of affection, had tactical planning that was superior to the goblin who was defending. And let's see how it goes. Seems like we struck down we struck down their commander and then looted stuff and left. Getting into it easy? It's not the hardest game in the world to learn. It's not the easiest game in the world to learn. I mean, it's harder than, you know, learning Minecraft or Angry Birds, but it's certainly not impossible. Some people make it seem that way, but I don't agree with that take. We'll follow the Kingslayer, who is wielding a weapon. There's just a issue where he's currently not. She's currently not, rather. They're just snatchers, so it's not that big of a siege. Flies through. Regardless, though, I'm glad that you love watching it. Hey, Blind and chat, little question here. Yesterday, your merchants weren't able to unload because of a Kia attack, so they left before you could sell them anything. Is that a bug or just bad luck? Bad luck. In fact, that's intended mechanics. Kingslayer's fighting, strikes the Goblin Bowman in the upper arm with her sword, fracturing the bone, and the force bends the left shoulder, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the muscle. The Kingslayer then strikes the Goblin Bowman in the right lower leg with her shield, I think, and the force twists the right knee, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. The Kingslayer then strikes the Goblin Bowman in the upper lower leg with her thing, and the it jams through. I actually don't. What are you wielding? Hold on. What are you wielding? Okay, so Ashmozeb is the shield, and that's all you have equipped right now? Okay, so at some point you lost it in this combat log, apparently. I mean, they're winning, so I'm not going to complain. As long as they get the job done, like, they don't need to have any particular thing. Yeah, literally is just whacking them with her shield. Well, I mean, hey, if it works. I mean, clearly appears to be working. Annoyed when caught in the rain, but terrified, doesn't feel anything seeing a goblin die. Get at him, Thob. Make your kid proud. Getting the last few. They come flying back. It's going to be a hard map to keep clean soon. Say, is there a particular reason you're doing handlebars over that tree? These are the last two goblins on the map. This dwarf appears to be injured, I thought. Ability to stand lost. No known injuries. I think it's time to give these squads some time off. Heavy shields are deadly? Yes. You don't want to get smacked by them. Okay, so you are seriously injured. So easily broken, begone fear. Gonna assign everybody with the doctor tag to orderlies. And I need somebody to come rescue this dwarf. There we go. We got a dwarf coming to recover this dwarf. Oh my god, how many doctors? I have a doctor's guild. I've got like 60 doctors. They're actually pissed at me because I failed to complete a stitches, a suturer's guild as well. right, let's see what your wounds are. Crutch required, upper left leg, needs stitches, needs dressing. Upper leg is cut open. Okay, so bad cut on leg. I'm sure they'll be fine. Yep, guild for teaching dwarves how to give stitches. Because snitches get stitches. So you join the Stitches Guild. Naturally. Someone's never stitched. Or snitched, for that matter. I'm just saying words and my life has no meaning. Of not snitching? Damn right. All right, 9 teams created. Add to the Stitches for Snitches Guild. Yes, Dan, yeah, absolutely. Probably already showed, but what kind of armor are they running? Whatever the hell they've picked up off the ground. I haven't actually made armor yet. Literally, they are using whatever they've collected, and I don't know. What up, Stardew Stunner? The Stormbringer does actually have a point here. All right, so I need to get that throne room assigned regardless of if it's satisfactory. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna set up an office right here. No, paint. And I'm going to assign it, and we'll just add on to it as we go. Because this is going to be the king's, you know, throne room, right? So. And we can absolutely add on to it as we go. I'm kind of thinking about making this down here a part of this lower mess hall. So what I think we're going to do, we're going to go back to this side over here and smooth these walls. And we're going to channel down right here and dig out the bottom of this. Provoking goblin attacks? Attack them. Make squads. Go to the overworld. Click on their locations that you want to click on the location that's evil that you want to attack. Click it. Or one that's neutral. If it's neutral, you can also attack it. Click on the location that you want to attack and then tell the squads to go there. So click it and tell what squads you want to go there and select the thing, back out of this menu, and it'll happen. That's how you provoke them. Go attack them. $12 duck eggs and 3 pecans. It's a talented chef. I need, like, meat to make a roast. If they're doing it with that, wow. That's impressive. Goblins? Goblins specifically don't trade with you. So I'm not sure how you're trading with goblins. But, like, humans and elves, I often question why people are so obsessed with, or elves specifically, I often question why people are so obsessed with fighting with them. They're very easy to keep happy, generally, and they bring cool animals. you can buy. I haven't had an egg in like 2 weeks because eggs are expensive right now, and I would really like an omelet. You guys are making me want an omelet. It starts it for a couple of years, and then they just attack you after a bit. At least that's what's happened every time I've ever done it, unless it's been changed. Like, they will bring you fun toys for a bit, and then they will attack you. Unless, like, that's been changed in this version, which, once again, my knowledge might be out of date. Eggs are expensive where I live right now, yes. You want a dozen eggs? $8. Anything poultry related has been ludicrously expensive in the last 2 years. Chicken breasts are just starting to come down in price. But I also don't really... You can buy a dozen for €1. Cool. Good for you. It's almost like different parts of the world have different economies. And also it's like we're in a spike of inflation right now. Combine that with also Canadian currency not doing so hot. Combine that with also COVID lockdown and various other inflation causes over the last few years. And just general inflation problems as combined with also outbreaks of avian flu and such. Yeah, chicken's fucking expensive here. For a little bit, like, I ate chicken for the first time, oh god, I want to say in like maybe 2 years, because it was, I was able to get 2 chicken thighs for $4, which is the cheapest I've seen chicken in recent memory. 2 chicken breasts about 1.5 years ago, breasts, like boneless chicken breasts, individual boneless chicken breasts, anywhere from $16 to $25. I'm generally vegan, actually. I am what I describe as a weekday vegan. I almost never have meat in the house unless it's a rare treat. I usually just eat like tofu and nuts and stuff. And beans. For $8 at the grocery store? I'm happy for you. That's great. That's great. It's fantastic. But sandwich? What about him? I've just honestly not been keeping up with vegan foodstuffs as of late, though, because, well, holidays happen, so I've been living off of... What does KFC do? Ironically, yeah, 2 locations closed here not too long ago. There used to be a KFC kind of walking distance from me. It closed. It's nowhere near that expensive in Alberta. That's fucking Alberta, dude. I live in British Columbia, not Alberta. It's pretty far away. A lot more farms in Alberta. A lot more poultry farms in Alberta. A lot more livestock farms in Alberta. Fuck no. Some of the Korean chicken places here, maybe. But I mean, it's fine. There are plenty of cheap alternatives. Pork's never been super expensive if you insist on eating meat for some stupid reason. And I don't eat meat that often. Like, at all. Really. It's maybe like a once or twice a month thing for me. Stoned Iguana Farm. What was it? I'm trying to remember what my moderator Stoned Hobo calls... I'm pretty sure he calls them tree chickens, actually. He's from Florida, and he has problems with them eating his hot pepper plants. I've never actually eaten quail. I've eaten quail eggs, but I've never eaten quail. Why would you want to eat squirrels? There's no meat on them. Gillitrix, what kind of dwarf would you like? Beans, cheese, and rice gets you a long way, and I'm also somebody who's, due to necessity and life circumstance over my entire life, I've never had a lot of disposable income. This month will be the first month in my entire life I've had actual income that I would describe some of it as potentially disposable. So I've always just eaten super frugally. That's illegal. Z29. I mean, maybe don't admit to things that are actually just straight up illegal in some regions in Twitch chat. Frugally is a funny word. You know, you're a judgmental person, Israel. Or do you mean funny as in it just sounds funny? Because yes, I'm extremely frugal. It sounds fun? Okay. No, I'm going to eat exactly the same way because I eat very healthily and I like the way that I eat Claiborne. I'm not just going to suddenly start eating a ton of meat because I don't want to. Cool. Well, good for you. Definitely encourage people eating squirrels, Z29. That's a smart thing to do with your time. Can I ask a question? Why are you guys such a bunch of fucking weirdos today? Like, first off, it's insisting that I do things I really don't want to do, and now it's eating squirrels. What's happening? Did you guys, like, all eat the funny potion today? Chat's, like, exceptionally strange today. Weekend Twitch chat? I mean, it's the weekend. True. People aren't at work. They're not worried about, like, their boss checking what they've been typing. I mean, you can do whatever you want. Triphosphate. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Really? You're not elevating my land? Okay. I will just keep requesting steel animals because I don't know what I want them to bring. I don't need anything. Backpacks, okay. I need to trade with you guys so that we can keep that dwarf alive. We need to buy yarn. Too much DF cooking? Stupid question. Can you even cook squirrels in Dwarf Fort? Are there squirrels? Okay, there are squirrels in Dwarf Fort. But can you... Why steal anvils? Because it's like my default. I don't know what to... like, ask them to bring. I don't need anything, so... Can you cook vermin? Like, that's actually a question. Like, I don't know the answer to it. As for grizzlies, I don't want grizzlies. I'd have to do animal husbandry then, and that's not what I want to do in this fort. Sorry, by the way. We weren't able to trade in time. So, yeah. Sorry, Panda, but you're dead. Grillatrix. What kind of... Femme dwarf, if there's one available. Any particular job, or is it just lady dwarf? Because there's plenty of lady dwarf. I can just give you a happy lady dwarf. We'll do that. Not an angry one. A happy one. Give you this happy lady doctor. Yeah, maybe it's full moon. I don't know if I believe that stuff, but you did take a gamble. And you needed yarn, and we were about to train and trade, and right as the traders show up, you go nuts. She is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges and takes pleasure in her talents and accomplishments. And appearance, rather. She relies on the advice of others during decision-making and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She can easily fall into love and develop positive feelings, and she is often nervous. She has an active sense of humor and does not often feel lustful, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. Although, on a serious note, chat, any of you guys ever read the book, How to Eat Fried Worms? Because I did. It was a school assignment. Yeah. They made a movie out of it. That's all I have to say. I haven't seen it, but I have seen the trailer. I'd rather watch Teeth again, personally. All right. Sorry. She does not often feel lustful, and she isn't particularly curious about the world, is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors, and she does not have any... Now, Teeth is cinema. Teeth is a quality film. See, Chad understands. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She can handle stress and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Bellinaire, thanks for the raid. I was about to raid you. Ah! Blast. I guess that's a no then on my DM. Bellinaire, thank you very much for the raid. Jacko, click on the follow button and give Bellinaire a follow if you want quality Dwarf Fortress. She can handle stress and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Values romance, nature, and does not care about fairness. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. She likes granite and sterling silver and yellow grosslayer and the color aquamarine. Weapon racks and billows. Billows? What's a billow? Oh, for their beautiful song. You like a musical instrument? Oh, that's interesting. You like billows for their beautiful songs and the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and when possible prefers to consume prickleberries and guava wine and llama's milk, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. How long have I been playing Dwarf Fortress? Me? On and off since about 2009. But I started streaming it proper in 2018. Started a new fort in a good biome so you could ranch unicorns for stable economy. Damn right! How goes the ranching then so far? I have an actual bar. Yeah, damn right. Look at this. Like, we got tables, we got brewers, although these are kind of empty right now. I need to actually crank up the amount of alcohol that we're making because the population's gone up pretty considerably. I'm going to increase this to... Okay, no, not shops max. That's not what I want. It's this button. Yes, we do actually have a proper bar that also has built-in misting. Are unicorns war trainable in this version? Because they weren't in previous versions. But we need another tavern soon, which is what we're going to be doing down here. This is going to be another meeting zone. It does need work. Ain't much yet. But it is getting there. And at least we've got the king signed up with everything. Pretty much. Wait, what happened? You maybe generated worlds for 3 hours? That's such a fun thing to do, though. Like, there's something fun about just generating worlds all day. Fucking love doing that. So we had a bit of an oopsie today to all the raiders that are coming in. We have a bronze colossus that I'm using for defense, which is great and very effective. Simply release it outside when baddies arrive and then wait for them to all be dead and then go out and clean up the mess. But the problem is... when we released it to go fight off a goblin or an elven ambush, a bunch of migrants arrived, which is, you know, I guess sucks to be them, but the result is now I have a bunch of tombs to make. You want to use the world for the tabletop RPG? Damn right, do it. We actually found a location in one of my old worlds, which was a fortress, which on average would get attacked. It was like 90% of the world's deaths happened in this one fortress, and it was because it was always defended by 3 different mercenary groups, which were massive, and every single faction was at war with the civilization that was at that one spot, which was like 10 goblins and a demon, and like tens of thousands of entities died there every year. It was kind of mad. And even we attacked it and we all died. It was kind of cool. And somebody took that location and like used it in their D&D campaign. I think I'm just going to place 2 stoneworkers shops down here and 1 down here just to get these boulders out of here. 120 strong army? No, but 40 completely clad in steel and adamantine. And it had a skunk demon there. Guardians, you learned that you can color paved roads by changing the floor first? Oh, really? So if you build a floor underneath it first and then put a road on top of it, it changes the... Hold on, let me try this. Last Gunslinger, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Let's see. Yes, all of the workshops do that order unless you limit the number of workshops that can have that order. And if you go into a single workshop, then you can be very specific. And if you build a new workshop, then it's added to the order if the space is available.
Crypt beer.
This is going to be my King's Throne Room, or is my King's Throne Room. We're just working on it, if anybody's wondering. Let's see if this works. Because if this works, I might actually start using roads. You can completely domesticate rocks, I think. But I've never managed to actually get them to lay eggs. Which is very frustrating. I think the ones I have are always just pissed. I mean, I would be too if I was imprisoned in a dwarven fort, but... Pet rock? Yeah. Definitely. That kind of pet rock. ROC, giant bird of prey. It's like a bird the size of a small jet. You were wrong about roads. We will find out for certain in a moment if you were wrong. It's fine, I'll just deconstruct it if you're wrong. I mean, I've come this far, might as well finish it. You just checked yours and it's gray now? Aww. Kind of sucks though, because like I like the differing patterns of roads. All good, don't worry about it. Banned for misinformation! Fake news! No, it's fine. Yep. It sucks because like I really want. Previously, I never used roads because it would make dwarves flash, and I found it hard to see them. And now I don't use roads because they're always gray. To wear elks? Oh, that's brutal, dude. An interesting bug. Water doesn't show up on them? Water doesn't show up on what? It might just not be raining. What are you expecting water to show up on? Oh, as in like water doesn't contaminate them? Huh. That seems odd. Yeah, it does actually look kind of nice. I was just kind of curious as to what it would look like. So something I'm thinking about doing, actually, is flooring here and flooring on the other side and then vertical bars along it? Or actually, can I do vertical bars on top of this? Yeah, so I can't put it on the road, which makes sense. I mean, not necessarily, but it makes sense with the way this game works. You know, let's do it this way. Make an iron flask and claim it as a personal treasure. That is the most alcoholic artifact I've heard in a minute. Because I'm not messing enough with bars, and they look pretty fucking cool. Wait, hold on. Did somebody have a suffocation? What's going on? Z29V, you had somebody die just for no reason? And it says that they suffocated? You have people in your tavern dropping dead? I have a question. And this is a cultural dwarven question. It's a very important question. Do they have beds? Do they have a place to sleep? And do you have a tavern keeper? And do you have goblets in your tavern? Or mugs in your tavern, or cups in your tavern, or something? Because if you have people in your tavern that do not have a place to sleep, they'll just pass out wherever they're at, right? Now, they might be visitors. Visitors often don't have places to sleep, too. If somebody falls asleep in your tavern and you have a tavern keeper, the tavern keeper doesn't go, oh, he's sleeping. We should let him sleep. The tavern keeper goes, oh, he must be thirsty. Here, have a drink. And so they just repeatedly pour the booze on their face until they drown. So that's my theory as to what's happening. It's more likely if they don't have beds, but can sometimes happen if they just fell asleep. But the suffocation thing might actually be your tavern keeper accidentally murdering people, especially if you have multiple tavern keepers. And sign performers also do that. It's not drowning, it's dying of suffocation due to alcohol poisoning. Not to be like a nitpicker, but isn't like almost the same thing? I mean, I know you are correct. I'm not gonna state that you're wrong, but like we're nitpicking. Same thing. Anyway, long story short, they're dying of alcohol poisoning or drowning, whatever happens first. Probably alcohol poisoning. Booze boarding. That just sounds like some college frat hazing ritual. It's time for the booze board. Get him on the booze board. All right. We're gonna go iron bars, 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 and iron bars. That looks fucking cool. Oh no, not the free booze. Yeah, well. Expand this a little bit. Out to the end of this. Aside from the workshop that's very much temporary, are tavern keepers worth having? Yes, but you have to be kind of careful with them. They're just extremely unethical bartenders. This looks kind of awesome. I think I need to use vertical bars more. Yeah, just don't assign more than one. Yeah. Chat, do you guys approve of that throne room? Yeah, sure. Yes, they're perfectly ethical for dwarves. Perfectly ethical for dwarves. It's just if a human happens to fall asleep on the floor in your tavern, good luck, bud. Random workshop kind of ruins it. Yeah. Could use a couple statues. I mean, it's a basic layout. I think once there's some bustling activity, you know, this being a dining room is one thing. I'm thinking this should be my prison because I really need a captain of the guard. So I'm thinking about digging out an area down here. Maybe like this or something. Trying to think how I want to and where I want to do my prison. Ooh. Suddenly just like imagining a prison where they have like bars that... Oh, right. Yeah, of course. Where they have bars. So there was one time I thought it would be a great idea. I thought this would be a fantastic idea, chat. There was one time I built a prison. And I built it right underneath a much bigger waterfall than this. It was like twice as wide as this. It was like a waterfall like this, except instead of being like that wide, it was like that wide, right? And I was like, oh, this will be a great idea. I'll go all around along the back of it, and I will put my prison cells right there. And I will just have like an open window so that they got all the mist. And I was like, oh, this is a great idea, great idea, great idea. Put them there. You know what happened? The second they all got like water was splashing onto the ground and whatnot. I was like, it's fine. They actually were quite happy in that prison because they were constantly getting sprayed with happy mist. The problem was when they got released, they immediately went down the waterfall. I don't know why. But, like, they'd go to prison, they'd get all happy standing in the mist, and it was great. And they'd get released and go, whoosh! And then the next round of prisoners that were put into prison immediately started going crazy because they could see, like, these bodies at the bottom of the waterfall, and they're like, oh my god! Oh my god! It's like some crazy goddamn psychological torture thing from like a fantasy show. Like, don't get me wrong, I kind of loved it. It was great. Also kind of hilarious. But fucking horrific when you think about it. All right, so I'm thinking this is Captain of the Guard. Right here. What do you think? And Captain of the Guard's bedroom right here can have waterfall view, where you can see the prisoners. Hey, Sunday, how you been, dude? So, well, actually, no. We'll let Captain of the Guard have a normal office somewhere else, I think. Anyway, this is where we're going to put the prisoners. go. Steel. Chains. $25. I'm gonna need a few. We'll also have some over here. And it's gonna be the same thing where I'm gonna use iron bars. And we'll give him a view through here so he can see. We'll fortify this. Just want to get your resub in. Well, it means a lot, man. Thank you so much.
Good to see you blind and stream. Hope all is well and keep this train going.
Been a busy month, let me tell you that. Hopefully work's been giving you, like, weekends. Oh no! Oh, he was found dead, drowned. The funny thing about that, actually, is the prisoners are going to have to stare at bodies at the bottom. One of the community fortresses, the one with the really cool prison, used bars for the edge of their prison, and I have to do that now for all my prisons. It's just so cool looking. Well, that's good. Glad to hear. Last time we got the opportunity to hang out briefly, you were just like, you seemed ridiculously overworked. Rotated bar, it's touching a wall. They touched the wall. You attack a hostile civ not in the nearby list. Will they start raiding you? Yes. It's like attacking somebody's like giving them your address, basically. This is why bars look super cool. Now, look at this. Look at that. Yeah, they're called vertical bars. They're in the construction screen menu. Clashes a little with the wall. I kind of like the way it looks, actually. Do grates work the same? I haven't messed so much with grates, but I would assume that they would work great. Hey, Rev. What's up, dude? So, go this way. Fuck you. I mean, you guys were torturing me earlier with the squirrels and the 1,000-year forts and everything, so I gotta hit back somehow. Come on. Great skip happy views. Depends on who's standing above it. It's not always the view you want. The floors must be great to match their style. You're not wrong there. Oops. You know, honestly, I didn't know that bars would match the shapes of things around them until I started doing the community forts. And when I saw that, I was just like, oh my god, I feel so dumb. Also, I need to use vertical bars for literally everything now because they look cool. So I guess shout outs to the artists for making vertical bars look awesome. I don't know who drew these exact sprites, but man. Shoutouts to my neighbors above me who seem to set off their fire alarm at least once per stream. Someone's learning to cook, I think. Let's go up to there. They're watching my stream and it's on fire? God, I hope not. You can't fry anything without having to jump up and turn off the fire alarm? I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming they have the same fire alarm as me because everything in this building is pretty standard. And it's pretty hard to set it off. So you guys can't hear this at all, but this is pretty funny. There's somebody running up and down the hallway, holding the fire alarm, cursing, screaming, "How do I turn it off?" I'm assuming they have it because I can hear it moving. Anyway, the stream's lit is what I'm gonna say. Maybe they like charred food. Maybe. I don't know what they're doing, but I just thought that's really funny. Oh, there it goes. Now it's off. Sweet. Tell them to flush it. True, actually. I should shout at them. Flush it. Put it where the sun don't shine. Right, so that's first half of dungeon. And second half. Although they can have the bars value. We'll give you guys the bars. Shove it in a Ziploc bag. That'll actually shut it up. Rip the battery out's the many people's idea. Of a good idea. I would say get better at cooking. Would be my advice. What part of the fortress are we building? We're setting up a dungeon because this fortress is pretty large, and when forts get pretty large, they need a dungeon. So we need a dungeon. So I'm setting up the space for the captain of the guard, which requires a office of decent stature, which is going to be that, and also requires a bunch of chains assigned as dungeons, and then also a dwarf assigned as a dungeon or a captain of the guard. So we're going to need to assign the captain of the guard next. And so kind of the setup that we're working with is, you know, mostly thematic, but we want them to be able to see all the prisoners so they can see all the prisoners from in their office over here. Captain of the guard. I want to make sure that I'm not accidentally assigning it to somebody who's in the military. Zuntir here could do a good job of it. They do have a more than good enough bedroom assigned, but we can assign them this. So Zuntir, captain of the guard, is now in the fortress. And giving him his office makes him functional, at the very least. We still need to get him a dining room, a weapon rack, and some other stuff, but as an office now. So any crimes that have been committed can now go be reported. All right. Continuing to set up more magma forges. This one over here is apparently doing nothing currently. Let's just get you making pig iron bars. One making steel. Now that we've got steel, let's just do this. Steel shield. 20. All right. Now we're gonna queue up the military while that's doing its thing. My FPS is chugging? Chugging? Which part? It's doing just fine. Unless you mean like chugging as in good. I'm used to chugging being a bad thing. But no, we're doing fine for frames. I'm quite happy with this fort, actually. Wait, so did you... Oh, that's good. Got a dwarf brawling under the influence. Uh-oh. That's a lot of vomit. Did anybody die? I don't think so. Oh, okay, someone was found dead. Labash the brewer was found dead. On their way to the hospital. There's lots of blood everywhere. The hospital's full. Well, at least we... Oh, somebody else just died in the hospital. Population's crashing down. It's quite the bar fight. Jesus. There's still teeth flying everywhere. Fish cleaner found dead. They're still trying to populate the hospital, which they can't do fast enough, it seems. That was quite the bar fight. Holy shit. Snail died in the fighting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. Okay, 15, chat. Who served the tequila? It's more like the absinthe. Jesus. Just make sure the doctors are doing the gerb. Placing items in tombs. I mean... Recovering wounded, clean self, place item in tomb, recover wounded, cool. Rest. Just making sure that I still have doctors that are able to do their jobs. Drinks must have sucked ass. Politics, maybe. All my nobles are still alive. It's hard to tell if the fight's still going. If the thing pops back up, then no. I'm feeling no right now. Blood's getting cleaned up. Death counter seems to have slowed. All right, let's see. So Snail, I think, was the only... Snail, El Deuterino... Gillatrix, sorry, I just named you. Have all been found dead. Let's check the doctors in the hospital. We lost our surgeon. It's okay, I need some more anyway after this. I'm also gonna assign a few extra bone doctors. And a few extra doctors. You know, it's funny. I've told people for years that the biggest threat to your dwarves in Dwarf Fortress is your own dwarves. Generally. Well, that was definitely a fight. What, Death Spiral? Yeah, no kidding. It's a good song. I'd really like to know what happened there. I mean, I could just start interrogating people. I mean, we do have some prison sentences, but mostly due to violations of production orders. I wonder if that was related. Good thing we're still making coffins. Just checking for diagnoses and stuff. Cool. We do have wounds getting dressed. Let's follow one of our doctors. Moses. Don't mind the nose on the ground. Okay. Well, finished up his job, I guess. Motor nerve damage, sensory nerve damage. Well, at least the fighting has stopped. Imagine being in Udil's situation, being seriously injured, satisfied after receiving water and, like, whatnot, but is literally lying on the corpse of a dead dwarf. Let's just increase the amount of thread. Let's just do 50 thread, 50 cloth. Let's increase the number of splints if I have them. We definitely need more soap in here. We definitely, well, maybe not 50. Let's do 25 soap. 10 buckets. I don't have any plaster. 25 crutches if possible. I'm gonna queue up some splints and crutches. New Rock just started DF following some of your guys on YouTube. Fortunately, your population died after a single human X-Men made it into your fort and you didn't know how to set up a proper militia. That'll happen. But congratulations. I hope you're having fun. Welcome to the game. It's a fun game. It's a bit of a learning curve, but once you get past that initial, like, here's what you need to do. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember bar fights being this dramatic, actually. This seems to be a bit... This might not be new. This might just be me mismanaging forts. I'm not sure, but this seems to be kind of unique to this version. Like, I don't recall having bar fights that would break out like that, just kind of out of nowhere, but maybe my memory is deceiving me. Yeah, no, I've definitely had some pretty violent ones like that before. I mean, that was pretty close to... That was a good number of dwarves we just lost. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, they used to happen in the older versions, but it usually would just be like, one dwarf is brawling under the influence, and then that dwarf would die. Like, immediately. It used to be how it would go. But it seems to be, like, the body count from the tavern brawls is just way higher now. That should be enough. 19? It was like 20 was what my count was. There's no other game that you've wanted to play constantly like DF. It's pretty good. Yeah, I completely agree. You recently lost a dwarf to a werebeast infection. What's a good way to deal with that? They can't break down doors. So when the full moon hits and they're all suddenly in were form, pause the game and lock all doors with werebeasts behind them. Just lock doors is my advice. At least we're getting the dwarves' bodies dealt with. There was a bit of a rework to reduce loyalty cascades, which might have had an effect. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, so chat, for those of you who don't know what a loyalty cascade is, a loyalty cascade was a bug that was in the game that could sometimes cause one dwarf to suddenly become hostile to the rest of your fort. And if this happened, literally what would happen is the dwarves would just run away in fear every time they'd see them, or it would cause literally your entire fortress to die because it would split into like 5 different factions. Like one married couple just decides that they're hostile against everybody else and then murders somebody, and then 5 other people get murdered, and then suddenly 80% of your fort is dead. Like I went from like, I was like 250 citizens once in a loyalty cascade down to like close to 200 something citizens in a loyalty cascade down to about 12. I know that they were doing work on loyalty cascades, and I completely believe that might have like exacerbated the tavern brawls, which, you know, honestly, I'm kind of okay with, because at least tavern brawls in a lot of ways are just like intended loyalty cascades, if that makes sense. Like if loyalty cascades were the bug, this is like the intended version of them, so I'm kind of okay with it, honestly. Oh yeah, no, the tavern brawls are like, oh god, a bunch of dwarves died because a fight broke out in the tavern due to like someone arguing about politics, which is like, that makes sense. I like that. The loyalty cascades just made no sense. You think the lethality of the brawls could be toned down a bit? Train your dwarves less. Make sure you have weak dwarves. But yeah, no, I don't disagree. I think they're a bit intense right now, but I think that I would much prefer this over the alternative. All these dwarves are in prison and they all feel guilty. This one is interested near after being confined, but still guilty. Military needs their own tavern. Yeah, that too. I mean, I've also got like all my squads are idle, right? If they weren't idle, then they wouldn't be hanging out in the tavern and potentially just nuking people, right? That too, a devilish potato. Yeah. Force, like, just make sure every dwarf is wearing the best armor that they can. Make sure that steel leggings are standard clothing. Yeah, no, a dwarf can punch a dwarf in the head and cave their forehead in. Like, the number of times I've read a combat log that reads just like, dwarf punches dwarf and dwarf's head explodes. It's like, great. It's like, well, armor's not going to help you there. You just need a dwarf that's indefatigable and then dead. Yeah, dwarves are just hockey players. And there you go. Except hockey players that are all alcoholics, so most hockey players. Well, most retired hockey players. Good offhand weapon. I mean, I had a dwarf once kill a goblin with their crutch, which was pretty good. Boxing gloves mod when? You know what I really want, McJerby, and maybe this is something that Putnam could push for. I really, 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 really want Tarn to get around to actually putting the procedural tavern games into the game. Got an artifact happening. I really, really want those. Like, real bad. Ooh. A bone doctor's been possessed and they've claimed a jeweler's workshop. Pillow fights? But what would dwarves use as pillows? Boulders? That doesn't seem safe. I don't think they actually use boulders as pillows, but... Beards. Excuse me, dwarf. I need to borrow your beard. Why? I need to whack this dwarf with it. I slay smoke. Thank you very much for that subscription. Cheers, friend. Chickens instead of pillows. What are we, Crisis now? Which dwarves would obviously take very seriously due to their opinion eyeing loath breaking. Procedural tavern games are a real good place for more bar fights to happen. I'm totally okay with that. Like, if we have a thematic reason, it's like, so-and-so was caught cheating and is now brawling under the influence. Yeah, damn right, let's go. Fuck yeah. I'm super down for that. That sounds awesome. Also would work real well with villains stuff. So, why is there a nose on this table, guys? I know that this is the Doctor's Guild. But is Edzul still alive? And if so, do they still need this? Hold on. Let me see if this dwarf is dead. Edzul, where are you? Edzul, are you missing a nose? I think so. Health description? His nose is gone. All right. So fortunately, that means you don't need this nose anymore. Which means I can get rid of that nose in the garbage compactor. Good to know. This game's too much sometimes. Can somebody please clip that? Can someone please just clip that whole thing? Oh. No sling to see here. Hello, Dual Lancer. What are we booping at? Oh, we booping the snoot? Is that what this is? Put the nose on display? I don't know about that. Dwarves don't like seeing body parts, so they wouldn't like it. I could make a statue of a nose. God. Speaking of other questions, why is there a dead turkey? I totally forgot to trade. Why is there a dead turkey on my trading depot? My tutorials are a revelation. Thank you. I'm glad they've been helpful. You redeemed a dwarf? Sorry, I was too busy laughing hysterically at the nose, Bastet. I did see it. What do you want? I mean, I know half of what you want, but what job do you want? Oh, God. That's Jared. He's napping. Thanks. Good. Ugh. God, my doctor, please. Ah, thank you, animal. Bastet, the diagnoser, who is a professional diagnoser in the hospital, is blissful after being in a good dining room. She has a pet hen. Oh, okay. She is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise when she has something to say. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth and occasionally overindulges. She can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. And did somebody else get found dead? For fuck's... Oh, Pandasaurus finally died. Sorry. That dwarf went nuts a little while ago. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and she generally acts quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she tries to do things correctly each time. Ooh. A clear tourmaline grate. I know exactly what we're going to do with that. I'll just pause and we'll look at that in a second. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she tries to get things done correctly each time. She is trusting and does not tend to reveal personal information. She generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future and acts with compassion. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She personally finds acquisition and use of power over others to be abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Finds freedom and freedom completely worthless. Wait, what? And finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes pig iron, green tourmaline, giant hoary marmot leather. Chicken attack, yes. She likes giant hoary marmot bone, the color ivory, gems and coffins and rings and buckets. And cave spiders for their mystery. Their mystery? And when possible, prefers to consume apricot wine and hates rats. All right, so what I'm going to do with this thingy that we just got is I'm going to make a hole in the floor in the middle of the king's throne room. We can look down upon those hanging out in the zone down at the bottom. Dirk, welcome back for the second month. And the game's saving. Yeah, pretty much all gems. Yep. What was I doing? Right. Yes. Gems workshop. So jewelers can make items out of nothing but gems. So this is a grate made out of a brick of gem. This is a clear tourmaline. It seems pretty accurate based on the way you acted chat past it. This is a clear tourmaline grate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality, and it is encrusted with round, brilliant cut clear tourmalines. It's worth 7,000. It's called Udikthe Alith Lyruk. Good night, Helene. And that is going to go in the king's space. Also the prime as well, specifically. Dark. For the third month. Oh no, we have a ghost. Spooky. Daily. Ghosty time. What kind of ghost is it? It is Colette. It's an indestructible gem grade. No, it's not a huge pendant. Furniture artifacts I like to, use as furniture. I know this might be surprising, but... Nice for windows into dangerous areas. Yeah. She claims it as a family heirloom, and it's going into the king's quarters. What do you mean you do not want to put a whole ass... No, it's not what do you mean you don't want to put a whole ass table on the pedestal. It's what do you mean you don't want to assign it to them to carry around. That's what it actually is. Like, what if I just assigned 15 swords to the king, and then the king just walks around with 15 swords? I mean, 2 querns, 3 slabs. Well, one noble has the right idea. We do need more of those. Give the king an anvil? What, like a ball and chain? Then it's like enemy siege shows up and king's just like stuck outside. King, why are you moving so slow? I can't move quickly because I'm carrying 15 anvils. It is my Armok given right to carry these anvils. It's a sign of our culture. That would be kind of hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. He'd be super buff, though, eventually. take a while to get super buff. So chat room, I'm looking at the timer. We're hitting 8 hours. My plan for today was to stream for 6. ASCII claims disabled. Yeah, it'll be disabled until we can zoom in ASCII. When I can zoom in ASCII, then I can play in ASCII, no problem. Right now, I just turn ASCII on and off occasionally to have it peak. But because I can't zoom, I basically can't play, which is really tough for me. So there won't be a stream tomorrow because I know this might come as a shock to you. I'm taking a day off. I'm going to go out for lunch with a friend I haven't seen since before this game launched and talk about camping. And maybe buy a backpack, actually, because I would like a new backpack. And that's going to be my gift to me this fantastic month. So what I want you guys to do is say, bye, YouTube. And then on Monday, I will be recording a bunch of stuff for YouTube for you guys. So I will be recording, in, what do you call it? The tutorial Let's Play, I'll be recording short tutorial, and I will be recording a big batch of community forts for you guys. So, that. So,